Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news, and I just want to just reinstate that I told people sooner or later you're going to happen to hear about this again, and here we are at this current moment in time. And if you happen to look online, everything that you see in front of you is what you'll see if you happen to type it in. Right? You have NBC News. They stated that Trump tells NBC News there are methods for seeking a third term. Politico said Trump won't rule out a third term. Bloomberg, Trump won't rule out seeking a third term, says there are ways. AP News said Trump says he's considering ways to serve a third term as president. So I want to just reinstate again, I told people directly on this platform a multitude of times, even on X, I told people, hey, there are ways out there that Trump can just so happen to do this. And more than likely, if he goes for a third term, which he can because he didn't serve two consecutive terms, right? Then it will transpire and go down. But I got you. Let's go by mainstream media news because I know that's the only way that people will actually take in information. They're not just going to listen to, a person speaks, right? So we're going to go to AP News that states Trump says he's considering ways to serve a third term as president. Let me reiterate that again. Trump states that he is considering ways, more than one, to serve a third term as president, right? Because remember, Trump is already on his second term. So it goes as stated. President Donald Trump stated on Sunday that, quote, I'm not joking about trying to serve a third term. The clearest indication he is considering ways to breach a constitutional barrier against continuing a lead and to lead the country after his second term ends in early 2029. Quote, there are methods which you could do it, Trump stated. He also said that it is far too early to think about it. The 22nd Amendment, which was added to the Constitution in 1951 after President Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected 4 times in a row, quote, no person shall be elected to office of president more than twice. A representative from NBC asked Trump if what is one potential avenue to a third term was having Vice President J.D. Vance run for the top job and then, quote, pass the baton to you. Trump responded, well, that's one, but there are also others too. There are others. The person asked, can you tell me? Trump replied, no. Vance's office also did not immediately respond. Trump, who would be the 82nd at the end of his second term, will be 82 at the end of his second term, was asked whether he would want to keep serving, quote, the toughest job in the country at that point, right? So some people would not want to believe that this is a thing, right? But again, you have mainstream media going out there and telling you that this is a thing. So I'm a little bit confused on how people don't just so happen to believe this or understand that this is what this administration, depending on how things go, this is what they're going to go for. Better yet, whatever Trump wants, this is what they're going to do, right? And he later stated that, well, I like working. He also suggested that Americans would go along with a third term because of his popularity, right? So again, to everybody that voted for Trump, this is what you're also voting for again. You want him to be able to serve a third term. Just in case people just don't believe what it is that I'm stating, because I had to, pull this up for a lot of people. I had to read this directly off because people were in complete disbelief when it dealt with this whole situation. So you see this directly in front of you. Let me read off what one Republican senator is trying to make happen so that Trump would be able to serve a third term, right? So I got to zoom this in for myself. They said in the House of Representatives, Mr. Ogles introduces the following joint resolution, which was referred to the commission on said date. Fill it out. Joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to provide that no person shall be elected to the office of president more than 3 times. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress Assembly, 2/3 of each house concurring therein, that The following article is proposed as the amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution when states within 7 years after said date of submission for ratification. Article, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of president more than 3 times, nor be elected by any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms. No person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. So again, like I stated before, I've been stating this for quite a few months now, and I tried to bring this directly to the forefront for a lot of people. But like I said before, nobody really wants to listen when it's somebody black talking. They want to go out there and believe mainstream media because that's the factual source. Whenever mainstream puts it out, it's real. Now it's it's actually there. Right. But again, I was talking about this before mainstream was even really on this at this moment in time. But now I guess people are catching up. So at a certain point in time, I'm pretty much certain that this is going to make its rounds on social media. And a lot of other people outside of the political scope are going to start talking about this and now start trying to give their opinion and all of these other types of things. But again, you have a state representative Republican Ogles who is trying to pass this. He's a Republican and he's trying to pass this, and he's trying to amend the Constitution so that Trump would be able to serve a 3rd term. Because, like I told people before, Trump served 1 term, then you have Biden, now you got Trump again. So now, because it wasn't 2 consecutive terms, if another election happens or when it does happen, guess what? He can run and can't nobody say nothing if this passes, or whatever avenue they decide to use in order to get him directly back into office. Like I said, the type of things that I'm saying right now, I've never seen in my lifetime at all. I never seen this at all in my life. I'm glad to be here to be able to witness this so that I can just point and know specifically who are the people that enable these things to happen. That is crazy. Somebody said I'd take Kamala over Trump. I keep trying to tell people that there is not a good guy in this race when it deals with Democrat or Republican. When you vote, you're voting for the government. The government is not for you, it is against you. The government does not work for you, you work for the government. See how that works? And see how it doesn't make sense, because the government and everything else that is here that has a type of power is supposed to work for the people, but that's not how it works. Yeah, it's crazy work. Crazy work. But like I said, people will find out. Christopher Myers said Obama 2028, yes to a 3rd term. Yeah, good luck with that one. I'm not sure what belief system that people have at this moment in time, what hope and wish that they have of a potential, Obama run or, things of that nature. Yeah, that's not going to the exact same way that he got into office the first time. That magic is not happening again. It is not happening like that. If Obama actually happens to, if this passes and he's running, if he happens to get into office, it's going to be everybody else realistically, in a sense, really getting him in. Because there was a lot of hopes, wishes, and dreams and broken promises during that man's tenure. I'm just going to be honest, and this is coming directly from a black man. There was a lot of hopes, wishes, and dreams. Due to the fact that Obama actually became president, a lot of black boys were like, hey, my dream is to become the first black president. That's dead. So them even wanting to do anything in politics, that died automatically. Right? Those hopes, those wishes, those dreams, that's what I'm talking about. And then on top of that, you looking at somebody that quote unquote represents you, and you're not seeing anything beneficial taking place. All right, black people got to, go directly to, the White House. A lot of people were really jazzed and, really having fun and everything like that, because it was different. It was a whole nother energy, right? Some people did not like it. Of course, conservatives, Republicans, things of that, they really didn't sit up there and like that at all, right? People actually having fun, people enjoying their jobs and that. Yeah, no. It wasn't enjoying it, right? So again, it was a fun time for a lot of people. It was a celebration. You can even go back during the time and you can hear it in the music. My president is black. My car is black. Da da da. Right. So a lot of people were happy to have a sense or a type of representation there, right? And within that, it shut a lot of other people up because a lot of people that wanted to be racist, like, hey, you can be as racist as you want to be, but the person in the White House is black, so good luck with that, right? But other than all of that, you really didn't have anything that happened for the black community. Being real, I saw things happen for the Jewish community. I saw it happen for the Asian community. I saw it happen for the LGBT. You saw it happen for a lot of other communities, but you didn't really see things happen for the black community, right? So again, like I said, I don't know specifically what to tell people, but it is what it is. Sham said, "Hey, Seji, jumping in to say hi. I'll be back later." Okay, no problem, no problem, no problem. Jason said he's a weak, demented old person, and his supporters look up to him. Could have chosen anyone else and would have at least respected it. LOL. DC, yo, what is up? What is up? Said nobody has ... Crazy times, bro. Yeah. Life said we should have just elected Bernie. I mean, people could have went that way, but it is what it is. And again, there's technically no good guy directly in here because everybody has their own prerogative, their own thing that they specifically want to do for whatever it is or whoever it is that they believe in. So it's a good luck with that one. Free said Obama started the destruction. America has already been in a destructive state. Obama didn't start anything. Obama didn't sit up there and give or put America in the trillions of dollars that we are currently in at this moment in time. The government literally did that. Obama didn't sit up there and take away all of these jobs directly from the American people. The government did that. Like, I need y'all to really wake up. And I know you're white. I need you to really sit up there and wake up because that's crazy. Like, you really think that Obama being black is the one that is the causation of why it is that America is the way that it is. Like, oh, Obama was in office. That's the most divisive time that we've ever had in America. We were never so divided. No, it's just the fact that whenever you thought about the White House or the government, you had to look at somebody that was not reflective of you. So now you actually had to think about something. Whenever it is that the representation is white, you don't have to think about it. There's no stop and no aha moment or a what's that, because you're looking at somebody that looks like you. So it's just another Tuesday. Now you're sitting up there staring at Friday when you just woke up and thought that it was Monday at 7 a.m. You're like, where did the time go? What just happened? That's where a lot of white people were during that time. And this is why y'all are still caught up and y'all still talking about, out of all of the presidents that we've had here, out of all of the wars that we've had here, what do white people still mainly talk? Obama phones, the Affordable Health Care Act. It robbed us. It did this. It did that. Even though a lot of white Americans were a part of the Affordable Health Care Act, we're benefiting directly from that. But yet y'all sit up here and complain. Like, it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. And like I said, I'm listing things that y'all benefited from. And somehow, some way, y'all still find a way to sit up there and complain, even though y'all were benefiting during that time. Crazy work. It's crazy work. Yo, Pink, what is up? What is up? What is up? Light said, nah, what he did was treason by legal definition. I'm not even sure who you're talking about. 40 said, I couldn't care less about race or gender of the president as long as they are putting the people first. The craziest part is whenever I hear somebody say that they don't care about race or gender, I'm like, you sound real you don't sound black to me. Because for the white people out there, if you want to basically say that you're not racist, all you have to say is, let's just get a president in office that is for the people. Let's just do that. See how simple that is? Nobody has to question. Nobody has to question, if you're racist or not, because you just made a statement that's a blanketed statement. It has nothing to do with no type of gender, no type of color, nothing getting listed. There you go. But for whatever reason, every single time I get somebody white or non-black on this platform leaving a comment, they're like, yo, I don't care about race or gender. And that leads me to believe that you do actually care about race or gender, because in order to not care, you have to actually care. You have to actually acknowledge and see it in order to say that it doesn't matter. I don't care if my grass is green or not. How would I be able to, actually, say that if I've never seen, the color, or I've never acknowledged the color? I would have to be blind, right? In order for me to say, literally, I'm talking about actually physically blind in reality, to say that I don't actually care about X, Y, or Z, because I literally can't see it. Everybody else pretty much has standard issue vision. You're not going to sit up here and realistically hear me say, I don't really, care about color. No, I do. I do. Like I said, I look at myself in the mirror every single day. Yeah, I care. I'm not gonna. I don't have the luxury to sit up there and say I don't care. I grew up in America. I grew up in the American school system. I had to deal with the police. And I can't say that I have the luxury of not caring. Come on, guys. Come on. I love y'all though. I love y'all though. Like shout out to the comments though. Coffee tastes great. Mars said Barry wasn't a bad POTUS. That's the problem. He hurt their exceptionalism myth. David said, hold on. So you think because he's black, he didn't? Wait, I'm a little bit lost on that. No, that was just as racist as saying what you're saying. I'm not even sure what you even, I'm a little bit confused on that. Peter said Obama was an easy target for conservative media. Yep. Most said LOL. D Money said was good. People, not much, not much. 40 said you was talking about race when I typed it. I get you, but I'm just trying to help you out. I'm just trying to sit up there and help you out. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time on social media, and I've seen these comments. And the longer I happen to talk to people that tell me that they don't see race, I really start to see and understand that they do see race. I literally had a live stream where a white dude who got this half. I gotta paraphrase out here. This white dude that got this terrible music page. Music ain't going nowhere. Claimed that he was, some huge artist or whatnot, whatever. But he showed up here. He wanted to say that he wasn't racist and da da da. 30 minutes later, he started giving all the racist tropes, all the stereotypes when it dealt with black people. So this is why, like I said, I'm trying to help you. I should not even realistically be trying to do that because it's really not my job. But I'm just trying to make it easier directly for people out here. Just trying to make it easier. Just trying to make it easier. I guess I still got a heart somewhere. Shout out to the Grinch. Zip said, show us I love Lenny t-shirt. Peter Herniman? I'm not even sure who. Oh, you talking about Peter up there. I got you. Peter said the mistreatment of the working class and of black working class is fueled by corporate greed. I actually like that comment. I like that comment. I think he might be on the cusp of being the ones that understand. Because you can't use the terminology woke anymore because white people pretty much killed that. Because woke used to actually mean something good and positive. Now it doesn't. So shout out to white people for killing the terminology woke directly out here. Like I said, one word at a time. It's crazy work. 40 said the whole reason I brought it up was because the whole reason I brought it up is because was all you was talking. Dear Lord, you are you got some things going on there. And you and then you came out, you said, oh, you a victim. Word. After all of this time, I thought we were friends. You came here and you was like, I don't see color, I don't see gender, da 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 da, all this other type of stuff. And then you go to the single most based white thing that you can say, oh, you're a victim. There we go. Let's go to the next spot. Right? Because we're still dealing with the Trump administration here. This one says that Elon Musk sold Twitter /X in a $45 billion deal. His artificial intelligence or AI company, XAI, has acquired the platform. So let me just read from the horse's mouth. Let me find my little image here. I actually can't believe. Okay, there we go. Let me just highlight that. It says that from Elon Musk, it says that @XAI has acquired @X in all stocks transactions. The combination value of XAI is 80 billion and X at 33 billion, 45 billion less, and 45 billion less 12 billion debt, right? Since its founding 2 years ago, XAI has rapidly become one of the leading AI labs in the world, building models and data centers at unprecedented speeds and scale. X is the digital town square where more than 600 million active users go to find real-time source of grounded truth, and in the last 2 years has transformed into one of the most efficient companies in the world, positioning it to deliver scalable future growth. XAI and X's future are intertwined. Today, we officially take the steps to combine the data, the modules, the compute, distribution, and talent. This combination will unlock immense potential by blending X's AI, advanced AI capabilities, and expertise with X's mass reach. The combined company will deliver smarter, more meaningful experiences to billions of people while staying true to our core mission of seeking truth and advancing knowledge. This will allow us to build a platform that doesn't reflect the world, but actively accelerates human progress. I would like to recognize the hardcore dedication of everyone at XAI and X that has brought us to this point. This is just the beginning. Thank you for the continued partnership and support. That was stated directly from Elon Musk's Twitter. Some crazy work. I've never in my life, only white people could actually do stuff like this. I'm just going to be real. I'm sorry. I have to recorrect myself. I have to use the correct terminology for Elon. Only a African American, Caucasian African American would be able to do something like that, because for all intents and purposes, that's what Elon is, right? It's crazy work. Somebody said, you're like a lady gossiping. That's some crazy work when I'm actually talking about mainstream media news. That's how I know you're white. Shout out to you. And then you retyped it again because you thought I didn't see it. I know you're older than me. You're a clown. Jason said it's class warfare. We're all victims, and half of the country is drinking the Kool-Aid. We need to remember how we got here, which is, say, fighting for our rights again. Like I said, you're one of the few that actually understand and gets the whole point, right? A lot of the others directly out there, either bots or whatnot or whatever, they pull up to the scene, they want to complain, they want to troll and do all of this stuff. Again, a lot of people are going to be lost, and a lot of people are not meant to directly be saved. The only thing that you can do is look out for yourself and your own best interests, and steer clear of a lot of the other people that you just so happen to see in the comment section that want to troll and do this and do that and all that other type of stuff. Like I said, there is going to be the blind literally leading the blind at the end of the day. And when you're trying to save yourself, when you're on that road and you're trying to save yourself, and you see those people off to the road where their car is broken down or whatnot, or whatever, holding up signs, you better keep moving. Because those same people that say that they need your help, they're going to try to steal and rob you for everything that you got. And then you can no longer continue on the road that you were supposedly going on. And those are facts. Those are facts. Yo, Shamika, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said shalom, chat, and mods. Peter said the issue is that the white working class has been supported through the GI Bill and redlining. The black working class was disadvantaged. That's bars. Kevin said, do Democrats have the ability to make a move against Elon Musk and Trump? What would it take? You're looking at it wrong. You're hoping that a political party is an actual positive or a good when it deals with the people of the United States of America. And that's where they get everybody every single time. So you got some people that are staunch, heavy conservative Republicans. You got other people that are, severe lefties and everything like that. And everybody's losing except for the people that they voted for. Right? Because again, a lot of these people that everybody votes for every single year, their bank accounts are swole. It's looking crazy directly out here. They're living in like mansions, doing this, luxury and fine dining. Kids are going to the best schools. They taking trips to Aspen while you're living paycheck to paycheck. While you can barely afford to keep your heat on during a winter storm. Shout out to Texas, right? where you had people, losing lives directly down there. While in certain areas around the United States, we don't have clean water. We have homelessness still running amok in a first world country. It sounds a little bit third world to me. Let me just break it down to you, looking at America like this, right? We got chemical warfare. We don't have clean water. Our food is pretty much poison. Our kids are severely unhealthy, right? Nutrition is just, it doesn't even exist pretty much at this moment in time. Obesity is at a high time. Can't even get my words right. It's at an all-time high, right? And again, we got the homelessness and everything else taking place, but we call America a first world country, but we're dealing with third world issues that we still haven't eradicated. Somebody explain that to me. How on, and again, this is coming from a Black American, how on God's green earth can you claim to be a first world country when your people are still suffering? While your government is watching the people and allowing the people to suffer, while your government is enabling big pharma and all of these other food conglomerates or corporations to literally poison the food and give that to the people and the kids, aka the future. So, like I said, shout out to anybody that wants to be a Democrat or Republican. You feel like you got a dog and directly in the fight, you're going to lose. If you are an ordinary person, you're sitting up here voting, you're going to sit up there and lose. The only people that are winning when they vote are the people who got money, because they can put behind that vote, they can sit up there and throw $5 million at somebody. They can throw $12 million. They can formulate a pact with some other rich people and throw $50 to $100 million towards a political candidate or a president, aka politicians are bought and paid for. So the rich are the only one that's winning when they vote. The poor are not getting anything. If you do get something, you're getting like a little toy from a Happy Meal. But because people are so deaf, dumb, and stupid, and they're willing to accept any type of nicety, a lot of people in America are like, oh, no problem, I'll sit up there and take this Happy Meal toy. But yet you got the rich people, they sitting up there having whole cows. They got steaks. They got lambs directly up there. They got Wagyu beef. They got the purest type of water that you've ever seen. And like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like I said, they got you conditioned to accept what slaves will sit up there and accept. But y'all don't even understand that. Y'all feel like, Democrat, Republican, Obama. It's crazy. It is crazy. So like I said, white people, how y'all complained about Black people being victims and always want to talk about slavery, your time is about to sit up there and happen, where you're going to basically realize the plight that you are specifically in. And a lot of y'all are going to be crying directly on social media, just like the white farmers are crying right now on social media because of everything that is happening under the Trump administration. You too, as a normal, average white citizen, blue collar, 9 to 5, working paycheck to paycheck, y'all about to be out here on social media sitting up here crying. I've been watching it happen for some years, but it's going to be happening in droves. It's going to be happening in an abundance, more than what it actually should be happening. But like I said before, y'all don't pay attention to nothing up until it is too late. Shout out to the new slaves. It's crazy. It's 100% crazy. But since we're talking about the different gods directly out here, right? We're talking about some of the people that got millions. Trump has millions or billions. Elon has hundreds of millions, if not billions, right? Let's go to another billionaire. Shout out to the same person that wanted to, try to cover the globe in a light fog to try to reflect some of the sunlight back in order to cool down the earth. Shout out to Bill Gates, a lot of people's God and father. Let's hear what he has to say about AI.
We're just starting is that intelligence is rare, a great doctor, a great teacher. And with AI, over the next decade, that will become free, commonplace, great medical advice, great tutoring. And it's kind of profound because it solves all these specific problems, like we don't have enough doctors or, mental health professionals. But it brings with it kind of so much change. What will jobs be like? Should we, just work like 2 or 3 days a week? So I love the way it'll drive innovation forward, but I think, it's a little bit unknown. Yeah. Will we be able to shape it? And so legitimately, people are like, wow, this is a bit scary. It's completely new territory.
I mean, will we still need humans?
Not for most things. Well, we'll decide, like baseball. We won't want to watch computers play baseball.
That's correct. Yeah.
And, so there'll be some things that we reserve for ourselves. But in terms of making things and moving things and growing food, over time, those will be basically solved problems.
So we heard that, right? He basically, Bill Gates, who was the head of Microsoft at a certain moment in time, up until I guess he got out of there, sold his stocks or whatever it is, right? Billionaire. He was the main one that was talking during the pandemic too, right? I'm not sure if people paid attention to that, and then other videos showed up with Bill and Melinda talking about the population and everything like that, and people wanted to try to say, "Oh no, that's not what they really said. That's not what they really meant," and yada yada yada. They were also working with who as well, right? And now he's sitting up there telling we all saw what happened during those years, right? We all also heard the other stories that mainstream media was not bringing up or honestly talking about, right? How those things would just so happen to get smothered. So you would have to look at alternative news, and you would have to listen to people such as Japan and many other places around the globe that were telling them like, yo, we messed up on listening to all of these people directly out here. We misled our people, right? If the Japanese are telling you that they messed up, oh boy, you can only imagine how messed up every other country is. But like I said, the Japanese are one of the few that are actually honest about this situation. America's not going to be honest about that. Oops. So much for a lot of people that want to pick the left or the right, when realistically it's about the elites, when it's about rich versus poor. But like I said, you can try to show this to a lot of people, and people don't want to understand or to see it because people are so accepting of that Happy Meal. And I had somebody earlier try to tell me that all I'm doing is keep going to fear mongering. I had another person try to tell me why does race have to be brought up? Because race has to be brought up in order for me to let you know, right, as quote unquote an American, that these things are important. I have to point directly to you and be like, hey, white woman, what I'm talking about right here pertains to you. This is how it's going to affect your income. This is how it's going to affect your neighborhood. This is how it's going to affect your community. This is how it's going to affect your kids, your grandkids. This is how it's going to affect your reproduction. This is how it's going to affect your marriage. This is how it's going to affect your food. This is how it's going to. I have to sit up there and do that, right? Because if I specifically state like, hey, black people, just watch out. Guess what? A lot of y'all going to tune out. Y'all ain't going to be listening. See, black people have the understanding of knowing that, hey, if this is important about white people, obviously it's going to pertain to us as well. We have the type of logic when it deals with that, because we were not automatically hand fed or given certain things on a silver platter, right? When it deals with y'all, it has to be directed towards y'all. This is why you have your own news, mainstream media directly out here, where the faces of a lot of the news that is given to you are white folks, either white males or white women. The people that are writing the scripts in the background, white men or white women. The heads of these things, white men and white women. Like I said, like it doesn't take a rocket scientist. So it's a little bit confusing to me on why it is that a lot of people talk about like, oh, why does it have to be moved towards race? Why does it have to be, brought directly up? Who is Bill Gates again? Because when I look at Bill Gates, I don't see a black man. I don't see that at all. But this is the same person that's been given quote unquote sound medical advice to everybody, that's been telling people this is what you need to do. This is who you need to listen to. This is who you should be following. This is the advice I will give you. He doesn't have anything to do with the medical field. He only solely knows about tech, but he's been giving medical advice for how many years now? Almost what? Close to a decade plus? Crazy work. And nobody's questioning this? Yeah, nah. Yeah, buddy. That's crazy. That is crazy. And just like Peter said, he invested in all of the companies, but he let other people do the actual work. He might have the ideas. Oh, you're talking about Elon. You're responding back to one of the other people. I got you. What did Felix say? Felix said, who started you? Like, I'm not even sure what that even means. Kevin said the idea that he had for Tesla is a Cybertruck, which is not going well and is as ugly as sin. The funniest thing is China has better trucks directly. There are actually some pretty affordable, better cars directly over there. But because that would cause an issue directly with the car manufacturers here and how it is that they produce and give us a lot of junk cars, they don't allow those cars to be imported or sold here. You can't, there's a lot of vehicles. I'm not sure if people in America know that or not. There's a lot of vehicles that are banned, that are not allowed to be in the United States. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, what's actually wrong with this vehicle? Like, is it, giving off like cancer or something? Like what is it doing? Causing earthquakes? Like what type of technology does it have that is banned? And it's not because it's banned because it's bad. It's banned because it's affordable. Like they have some standard issue, just a bare bone truck that runs very well, that can do the job. They got them bad boys for about 10 to 20K. A lot of Americans can actually afford that. A lot of everyday Americans, especially businesses, could afford those trucks. If those vehicles were allowed to be directly over here, you would start to see where the money would shift to. And the United States doesn't want that to happen. So when that happens, hey, we're going to ban this. Right? Wasn't there a long time ago where the United States banned people from having like weed because they said it was bad, it would do this, it would do that? But now the United States is like, no, actually weed is not that bad. I'm sorry, we technically lied to you guys. But now that we found a way to actually profit off of this, other than throwing you guys in jails and prisons, hey, we're going to make this legal. And on top of that, we're going to allow you guys to sell it in your own shops. Look at that. See how great America is? Mind you, you got to sit up there and what? Pay about a good 100K to sit up there and do that. Then on top of that, you have to get the brick and mortar store, which is more thousands of dollars. Then on top of that, you have to apply for like a state and city, type of deal. Like I said, I went over all this information before, so information might be a little bit muddy here and there, but there are hundreds of thousands of dollars that have to be applied before you can actually start legitimately selling this. But the main people that first were able to do this are white men, while black men have systematically been locked up in this system in the United States for just having a little bit of weed. Again, something that was legal, something that was deemed bad, that they threw black men in prison for. They're allowing white men to be the first ones. Hey, I'm not even interested in weed, but I would love to sit up there and sell it because I got the money to sit up there and do it. And as soon as they did it, especially during the pandemic, they were making millions of dollars, hand over fist. I'm sorry. Crazy work. Diabolical. But again, this is how America works. When they don't want you to have something, they're going to say or tell you with the propaganda, tell you that it's bad. They're going to ban it. And then once they find a way to specifically get into it, they're going to tell you that it's good. Oh, matter of fact, I'm sorry. Let me go back to cryptocurrency. That's the exact same thing that the United States government did. What? 2018, 2019, 2020, the United States government was trying to tell the American people and scare them like, oh, you better not get into crypto. You better not do this. You better not do that. If we find you with this, you could potentially face some types of fines. We'll think that you're hiding money. You can potentially, go to jail or prison, all this other type of stuff. But during the time that they were telling people that, American companies like Kodak were investing into cryptocurrency. So how come they didn't face any fines? How come they didn't, potentially you didn't scare them with jail time? And yeah, like I said, people don't pay attention and people don't follow. They literally do everything directly in front of you. They tell you what it is that they're going to do, and people still don't pay attention. That's crazy. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Rabbit said 10 to 20K. I'm confused. Isn't that a normal price for a average new car? Well, when you think about what people do with leasing and everything else that they have to pay for it, nah. Like that's why I said that the vehicle is bare bones. Like it drives, it pulls, it can make it through different terrain. It does what it is supposed to do. I wish I had the video to show off the vehicle. But another guy, he did a very exceptional job at actually explaining what it is that I'm trying to tell you at this moment in time. He did a way better job, but it's still the point that it's more affordable, right, for the average person or the business to get that vehicle over the other vehicles that we use every single day that break down on us, that do this or do that. Because like I said, when it deals with a lot of our cars here, we're getting garbage. A lot of our cars, it used to be at a point in time that the vehicles were made out of metal, right? So if a crash happened, you got the likelihood of actually surviving. Like it would take a devastating crash to literally, ball up a car. The cars that we have now, it's like fiberglass. Like, what is that? It's plastic. It is literally plastic. As soon as you hit, you can hit a twig. That bad boy is crumpling. Like, that's nothing. That's not giving you any type of protection at all. That's what I'm talking about. The actual, quality of the car that you are getting, you're paying for. Like, when it deals with theirs, when it deals with the United States, everything that you're paying for is not what you're getting. That it goes back to Rabbit's point. It goes back to the video I gave y'all before, where this one white guy who looks over houses, he was showing you this $3.5 million house that was built, and he was showing you everything that was wrong with the house, and that was a brand new house that was built, and it was still in shambles. Like, the gutters were in like a disarray, doors weren't flush, cabinets weren't flush, and the bathroom had leaks, and it had an exposed outlet directly there. Like, it was all types of stuff that should not be. If you pay $3.5 million, that should almost be like a bomb shelter. Realistically, like, that bad boy should be able to survive hurricanes, floods. It should be like a bomb shelter / Noah's Ark with that amount of money that you put directly in there. But that's not what you get when things are quote unquote made in America. It's crazy work. Diabolical. So next, in a sense, going from the whole standpoint of dealing with this, we're going to go over to Africa, and we're going to see what seems to be a European / true American, the conversations that he likes to have with African women. Let's take a look at this.
To marry you, how many cows would I have to give your family?
20.
20.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big number. How many pigs and goats and chickens?
Pigs, goats, and chicken. No,
Yeah.
not all those.
Oh.
Goats,
what he said was funny.
10 goats.
Do you look like a thief? Do you have kids? Are you Japanese or American? Why did you decide to come here? So you have a teacher who is teaching you Uganda. You and your teacher, do you have some connections, like you don't kiss? Have you slept together before? Did you sleep together to come to?
Are you attracted to me? Are you attracted to me?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
And kiss me.
I look really bad.
Can you just relax?
No.
Do you have makeup?
How do you put the question?
What tribe are you?
I'm a Muganda. Mixed from the West. I'm a
Man, this
mixed.
man getting
My
around.
mother
Look
is
at
from
that.
the West. My dad
Yeah.
is a Muganda.
Touching your hair, you don't like?
Okay, you can touch it. You like to touch my hair?
Mm-hmm. Looks nice. My dream is
You're looking at the original passport,
Okay.
bro.
my husband to come here. We get married. I go there. I find,
Go to America?
yeah.
Mm.
That wig looks crazy.
Most people in Uganda, they don't have love. Most of them, they ask you, how much money do you want? Can you imagine? But for him, he told me I will wait for 3 months.
Oh no, sweetie. You're gonna wait for a long time.
No, come on, don't say like that, please.
But I'm telling you the truth. It takes a lot of time to process everything. And all the documents you need. I don't even think you can do it because it's very complicated. Like, if you don't understand legal stuff, it's hard to fill out those forms. It's even difficult for Americans. I'm sorry. I'm just like letting you know because I've been through the process.
That's some crazy work. So I just wanted to highlight this is what the original passport bro looked like. Because for whatever reason on social media, the main thing that whenever people talk about passport bros, for whatever reason, the main picture is black men from America. And I'm like, how did we even get this? Because black dudes wasn't even really traveling like that. Right, because remember, a lot of people say that, oh, black, you guys are poor, you guys are broke, you guys are on EBT, welfare. Again, right? So we don't got no money, we don't got no jobs, we don't add anything to America. So how could we be the poster child for traveling abroad? The main men that I've ever seen in existence that primarily go out there and date women from all over is this Bradley here. It's always him. But for whatever reason, that's not the thought process that comes to people. I'm like, This dude was literally with several African women, and I'm like, nobody finds that weird. All of them were so close. All of them were looking dead in his eyes. They were just like, body to body. You can literally feel the temperature directly on that person. I'm like, this is what it looks like when women share one guy. This is what it looks like when women share one guy. And this is also how easy it is for white men, just in general, to just go over to any place and get with women. It's that simple. The dude literally looked at her. He was like, yo, you find me attractive? And then he was like, kiss me. And then she went in and obviously sit up there and kiss him. And then it cut to the next woman. Crazy work. The other woman was sitting up there lying directly on the bed. And, he was just filling up on her. I'm like, man, that man is living a life, huh? Like I said, people don't believe how easy it is for white guys to literally go out here and get women. It is easy. Shout out to Bradley, though. Shout out to Bradley. So, like I said, for the moment in time that people always want to, talk about, Black Americans and there's a lot of Bradleys over there in the United States that don't have nothing, not even a soap in a dishpan, and they're going over there to Africa and they're just slaying. They're just over there, and they can just easily do it. Like I said, glory to the winner. I ain't mad or nothing, but I'm just going to just be very frank. I'm like, this is what a passport bro look like. This is how easy it is. So I need people to stop trying to focus in and make Black men the poster child directly for this when we didn't even make this. Historically speaking, this is what the original passport bro looked like. Whenever you think about people going from one continent to another, you think Europeans. You ain't thinking Black American men. Come on now. Kay said you can't blame the women. Huh? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Me and mine said the first time I heard Passport Bros was when Essence or Ebony Mag published an article about Black men traveling to the Caribbean. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. And I'm like, that's crazy to call them Passport Bros when they're literally with, for all intents and purposes, like some people like to say, if Black men go to the Caribbean, they're with Black women. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those are still melanated women, so I'm not even sure why that would even be a thing. But the one thing that Essence forgets to also talk about is the fact that a lot of Black women travel. Let's just be completely frank and serious directly out here. Black women have a lot of money. As people have stated, Black women are the most educated. They have the highest home ownership and all of these things, right? So Black women, for all intents and purposes, just for the sake of argument, Black women have more expendable money than Black men, right? So what would then said person want to sit up there and do? They tend to travel. I know this because I can look on social media and I can see ordinary Black women with money who are entrepreneurs or whatnot or whatever, do things online or brick and mortar or however it is, or the educated Black women, they're going out abroad. They're going to Europe. They're going to Switzerland. They're going to Ireland. They are going to the Netherlands. They're going to Canada. They're going to South America. They're going to the island. They're going all over the world. But you're not going to really hear Essence talk about that. And I've brought that up on the standpoint of dealing with the aspect of STIs. And I wanted to showcase the fact that, okay, if we're going to talk about, Black men traveling abroad and people want to list the negatives with that, no problem. Cool. We can be directly on that same page. I like to make everything as balanced as possible. And I brought up the fact that, hey, you have a lot of Black women from America that tend to travel to the islands and they have unprotected relations directly with guys there. And I wanted to make sure that a Black woman was specifically bringing up this information. And she specifically showcased, as she was passing by, you saw a Black woman talking to one of the Jamaican men or whatnot or whatever over there in the water in like a little secrete area. And then they decided to duck off into this, heavily, how would you say, wooded area where obviously some things are going to sit up there and happen. It was to also the other extent where the woman stated that a lot of these women were not bringing condoms or using condoms, so they would use plastic bags as condoms. So, like I said before, I tend to want to make things as even as possible because I hate the whole thing where people want to just demonize one side and feel that their side is the best. I don't got time for that. I'm a type of person that believes in equal opportunity, right? So if we're going to say that this one side, black men are bad, then all right, I'm going to dish out that exact same energy for the women as well. If we're going to say that one side is good, black women, I'm going to give that exact same energy to black men as well. Like I said, I believe in, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. I believe in a balanced playing field, right? That's how I like to see it. That's all I'm saying. Me and mine said, honestly, I didn't see it as a negative. No, I get that. And if you didn't see it as a negative, that is dope. You are working of a logical and sound mind. Being on social media and doing and covering a lot of these stories and a lot of these videos, whenever black men happen to do something, it's always criminalized or demonized in some type of way, fashion, or form. Even on my own platform, when I've talked about these things, I've had women pull up to the scene and try to tell me that, oh, when black men go to travel, they specifically they're going after young girls. They're doing this. They're paying for it. I'm like, what are we like? How do we even get here? So it's like, okay, so if black women travel, they're just going out there because they love the world. They want to see it, right? They just want to experience what the world has to offer. If black men happen to do it with money, there always has to be a negative connotation connected directly to it. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. That literally makes no sense. Right. And again, as a black man, I can only give people what it is that I have seen, what it is that I have literally heard. I've also showcased videos of black women literally stating this. I've had videos of black American women do this. I've had videos of Caribbean women doing this. I've had videos of African, all three literally saying this about black American men. But none of those three groups of women would ever say anything negative about the tourism, I gotta paraphrase it, the tourism that white men and European men do all over the world. Literally, you got white boys that go to Bangkok for obvious reasons. You got the lady boys directly over there, right? But ain't nobody saying nothing. You got the European women and the white European men going over there to Africa because they're tired of dealing with each other and they want to sit up there and take an easier route. And they happen to go into these poor, impoverished areas. They just bring their white skin and a little bit of money and they get everything in the world. And I covered that before, just like in this video that you saw in front of you. There was another European guy, I think he was like French, and he wrote directly on Reddit and talked about how he went through several countries in Africa. And he was going through the women there left and right. And he was like, I think he ended up actually getting burned or something like that. He ended up catching something or whatnot or whatever. But he was like, it's cool, whatnot or whatever. I had so much fun that I'm going to come right back there and I'm going to bring a friend. So not only did he go through there and get burned or potentially gave somebody something, he went directly back home, talked about his exploits to one of his boys, and now he's going to take one of his boys to do the exact same thing. But, it's crazy work, though. Somebody said this channel is probably illegal. I don't even know what that even means. That makes no sense. That literally makes no sense. Queen said there was a white dude that came to Jamaica and slept with different Native women, knowing he had HIV. He was HIV positive, infected all of them. He sent a letter to the DJ asking him to read it and get checked. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Let me tell you, it's crazy work I heard. Yo, Tippy, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? Boy, what did you say? What'd she say? A Southern Bunny says, shaking my head. Southern said, okay. And then you said, y'all say anything. What? So for Southern, because I'm guessing that you're disagreeing with what it is that I'm saying. What in what I'm saying is not making sense? Let me know. Me and mine said we also have to be honest. The idea of the tourism came from came from BLM bragging. Wait, black men bragging because they can't be quiet and enjoy themselves. No. The first, because all right, because me and mine were just having a conversation, right? From the perspective of being on social media and watching videos, the first content creators I ever saw traveling were white men. They would go to Thailand, they would go to Vietnam, they would go to Japan, they would go to China, they would go to Africa, they would go to South America, right? They would go to all of these other lands. Later on, somehow, some way, you ended up started seeing a few black men that would travel, and they started making videos. Now, for me, I never had a problem with those black men sitting up there making videos because I'm like, yo, that's cool. I'm like, black men are out here traveling, out here, getting away from the United States, number one, the system that we are currently in. And if you're traveling as a black man, you don't really have to deal. You can actually breathe. Like, that's the one thing that a lot of people don't tend to understand, right? When a lot of black men happen to travel, it's to breathe. You don't have a option or a luxury as a black man to really sit up here and breathe. Like, you're always in a constant adrenaline surge. You're always in like a heightened, state because you don't know specifically what is going to happen. Like I said, being a black man in America, I completely understand their sentiments. And so they're touching on different aspects, showing like, okay, black men do travel. Black men who are educated can obviously afford to go from different places. They can obviously speak different types of languages, and they're showing, the experience of a black man being in a different place. Cool, fine, no problem. So then later on, it started getting into the aspect where the black men were talking about, hey, this is how, the women tend to look at us, talk to us, treat us, and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Again, I didn't see a direct problem with that because primarily when you are a black man in America, you are demonized, you are vilified, you are seen as everything negative and nothing positive. Even if you are a black man doing the correct things, somehow, some way, somebody's going to put that little asterisk towards your name to put something negative directly to it. It is impossible for a black man in the black community to leave this planet with a clean slate. Somehow, some way, especially by way of the black community, somebody's going to attach something negative to that person's name, so that you just can't say that, oh, this person was they lived as a good. No. This person, his ex-girlfriends, he didn't really uplift them. He didn't treat them, a certain type of way. He had several ex-girlfriends and he never married, any of them, and all this other type of stuff. But mind you, those ex-girlfriends all could have had kids, and he played the role of stepfather. And he made sure to sit up there and provide and help them out and do all of these other types of things. But somehow, some way, again, people are going to attach that, negative type of thing. And again, that's something that black men have to live with. That's something that black men have to, deal with. So to go somewhere else, and no matter how it's seen, even if it's, and again, I'm not saying that is correct, even if it's by way of a fetishization or different things of that nature, you have a lot of men that are like, yo, these other women are just like looking at me with like a type of eyes that I've never seen before, a type of attention that I've never seen before. And it's like, again, that's understandable. You got a lot of black dudes out here that are hungry. So they're like, yo, I sat up there, I went to school, I did this, I did that. And, nothing is in a sense really happening or, working out for me, at this moment in time here. So let me just uproot for a little bit and see the world and see what it really is. Right. And then you also had within that, you had other guys that wanted to try to dibble and dabble and maybe do the exact same things that white dudes are doing, where it deals with that type of tourism, where they would venture into certain areas. I'm doing air quotes as I'm, saying this because I had to paraphrase myself. And they'll decide to be stupid. Again, I have no defense for them. There's nothing I can sit up there and specifically tell you about that. I don't bring that up as a correct thing at all because I've talked about those things at all as well on my platform, and on the fact of that you don't specifically know the specific ages of those individuals if you decide to go directly in that realm. Now, I can tell you that the white guys, they specifically know what the ages of those people are. Black dudes don't, in a sense, know. If to a lot of dudes out here, if you happen to see somebody that's like, oh, this person looks like they're like 25, like you're looking at, how they're built and everything, like, oh, person looks like, the 25, whatever, all this other. People are just going to go directly with that, right? And a lot of people will sit up and say, oh, no, that doesn't make sense. You should always do the birth certificate, yeah. I put it to you like this. I had a guy that I ran track with. His name was Rock. I'm not sure if he is still, running track at this moment in time. I'm not sure, where he is. The physique of this guy would be something that you would have thought would have been of somebody that is like an NFL player. Like his dad put him through such training that his physique, like it was crazy. I'm like, dog, I want to sit up there and be ripped like that. I'm like, this dude is looking crazy. Like he was looking literally like a superhero in high school. And the kid was 17. The kid was, I want to remind you, the kid is 17, but if you were to look at him, you would have automatically thought, just by the physique and everything, you would have thought he was probably 25. For the most part, that I was able to scope and see that grown adult female teachers were sitting up there looking at him. I already knew what was happening. So if we got grown women not even asking questions, they're just sitting up there looking, and you can just see the look in their eyes and all. If you got grown women doing that and not sitting up there questioning or even trying to ask, what do you think that other people are sitting up there doing directly out here? That's all I'm saying. Like I said, I'm not saying wrong or right. I'm just sitting up there listing how a lot of people will go off of the point of view, how they'll just go off of eyesight or what they presume, and then they're just completely fine with that. And whatever happens, basically whatever happens. Like I told people before, it's like you don't want to do that because you can get caught up. It can be a trap. Anything can basically happen. You could be setting yourself up for failure. But a lot of people want to learn the hard way. Again, I've put all of these videos directly out there on both sides of the spectrum when it deals with men and women in these instances. And again, people don't want to sit up there and learn. People don't want to, pay attention. Wait, what did Tippy say? Tippy said, well, that's facts, Seiji. Not just black guys doing that. White guys been doing it for years. Just sick. Yeah, that is true. Tippy said white women look for black guys to use them, and they do. Wait, they do the same thing to American black dudes, but they willingly fall for it, right? Rabbit said that Seiji, the French guy, was the one spreading AIDS, if I remember correctly, and he got arrested somewhere in East Africa. Oh, no. Okay, so I know the guy that you're talking about because I actually had his picture. There was another guy, the guy that I'm talking about for the example that I gave. He was specifically from Europe, and he never got caught. There was like nothing getting caught or anything like that. Me and mine said, as a black woman, I feel like you do live your life. Wait, I'm a little bit confused on that. I'm a little bit. Wait. Me and mine said they started to brag and show off a little, to be honest. So this is not a balanced channel. You said, me and mine said, we are being honest, or are we blaming everyone else? Wait. I'm a little bit. Wait. How? Wait. You said, let me just highlight this. You said so. This is not a balanced channel. How is it not a balanced channel when I'm talking about literally both sides of black men and black women? What it is that people are doing and getting into and all this. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit. Ma'am, I'll put it to you like this, right? If you are a black woman, I'm going to say this directly to you, right? So you can hear my voice. If you're a black woman and you want to sit up there and date a Bradley, a Steven, or a Tommy, go right ahead. I do not care. I don't care. It's the same thing I sit up there and tell the black dudes too. If you're a black dude and you want to sit up there and date like a Sarah, a Brittany, or what's a Sarah Jean, whatever white name is directly out there. If you want to sit up there, white girl, no problem. Y'all can go out there and do that. Go out there and do it. Find the white love of your life, right? The only thing I sit up there and request is that you don't come back and decide that you want to harp or you want to still speak negatively about the black community, or that you want to speak negatively about the opposite of who you are. If you're a black man, you got issues with black women, shut up. If you're a black woman that got issues with black men, shut up. At the end of the day, you found your perfect, you found your white knight or your white queen. At the end of the day, shut up and be happy directly in that corner, in your white house, white picket fence, biracial kids. Be happy with that. Because for whatever reason, whenever I see black people go into these relationships, I see them still sulking. I see them still quote unquote playing victim and being like, the black women treated me this way or the black men treated me. I'm like, ain't you dating like a whole bunch of white girls right now? Why are you still focused on black women? For the black women out there, ain't you dating a Bradley? Why are you still talking about black men are bums and we can't afford? I'm like, it don't make no sense. I'm like, it's like it don't make no sense. Tippy said, yes, it is. I blame both genders. LOL. Me and mine said I was having a conversation with someone within what you were saying. Okay. You said I was saying is, do you and live your life? I said nothing about dating. Okay, I got you. Somebody in comment was like, oh, thanks for your permission. I didn't sit up there and give permission. I just said like I don't care. That's not permission. It's just so just to let people know who I'm replying to is this dude, probably a troll or whatnot. Again, it wasn't permission. It was just saying like I don't care. And that goes for a lot of people in the black community. A lot of black people tend not to actually in the real world extent. A lot of black people don't tend to care. We're not going to be rolling up on people in interracial relationships, just like injecting ourselves, like the one ignorant video that I showcased, where you had a black dude with a white girl at a soul food restaurant, and some random black dude. He sounded real sweet. He wanted to pull up on a table and he wanted to start recording them and start asking him, aren't you ashamed of yourself? What are you even doing here? Why would you even bring her? I'm like, dog, what are you doing? Like, mind your like ignorance like that. I don't like. I can have a disagreement with stuff or whatnot. I'm not about to sit up there and do that. There's tons of times I've seen black dudes with like white girls. Tons of times I've seen black girls with white dudes. I'm not about to pull up to the scene with a camera and get in people's faces and try to shame them for it. That's stupid. That's stupid. Like, everybody got to make the bed. Everybody got to sleep in the bed that they made, right? And they got to do the consequences. Like, why sit up there and do anything like that? So that type of ignorance, I don't. Like I said, I don't condone any of that nonsense at all. That's stupid. That's 100% stupid. Crazy work. Tippy said, now once you go into the winter wonderland, stay in the cold. Me and mine said, Lord, where did that come from? Tippy said, I stopped caring a long time ago. I saw that video and it was funny to me. Me and mine said, whenever I see topics, I try to get black folks to focus on the positive and be honest and enjoy life. Life is too short. I support everyone. No, I get you. 100%. Like I said, I have no problem with that thought process. I just have problems when people are doing the things that they want to do and then they still want to come back and negatively talk about the black community. That's when I got to start speaking. That's when I gotta, start talking. Because I understand that a lot of other people don't got time for it and they feel that it's nonsense. Nah. You can't like stuff like that. You can't let that like slide by. Because when you have people like that want to be in those relationships and they still have a certain type of negative feeling about black people or the black community, that means that they're going to instill that exact same negativity or that ruckus behavior into those biracial kids, and those kids are already going to be confused because they're part of two different worlds, and both worlds are not handing them a book on how to deal with who it is that they are because they can't, right? So like I said, I've also showed off videos of biracial kids and how they've been treated in those respective families and what it is that they experience and what they've been taught. So like I said, I try to cover all spectrums directly up here to talk about these things, but stuff happens. Zip said Eskimo woman and a Tongan men are the new thing for 2026. I don't even know what that is. Me and mine said true. BK said I joined the Navy at 18. Passport bros is nothing new. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as long as you've had military, as long as you've had boats or airplanes, you've had men go all over. Primarily white men go directly all over. After white men, you had other people basically following suit and doing stuff and whatnot or whatever. But yeah, but let's continue.
Blaming Adam 22 and Vlad TV for what these cleverly dumb, tough dummies be doing on these podcasts. You dudes be 35, 45, 55 senior citizens saying, pick me federal agents. I'm the toughest one out the crew. Yeah, I'm the one that be robbing people. I'm the one that be murdering people. I'm the one that be setting plays up. And, oh yeah, he do too. Y'all be breaking everybody court cases down and paperwork down, and y'all hate rats and y'all know the law from front to back, and y'all know you got the right to remain silent, not just for the police, but for any and everybody. Stupidity. But you can't. You want to know why? Because you're just that tough. Y'all love being around men, don't y'all? Y'all be on these podcasts high,
Yep.
mentally challenged, emotionally disturbed, saying it all. Man, what on the noise, man? Don't get mad at me in this video, man. Adam and Vlad ain't do it. They just got the money for you stupidies to go up there and incriminate yourself. Hello?
I also want to point out, because I just noticed watching that video back. This is a video that I did put in a shorter form content video. So shout out to anybody who actually saw this the first time. I actually noticed this is more than likely a father that's talking, because in the background you can hear a jacket moving, and you saw something that was quite high pink. So that was probably his daughter, in the background. So shout out to that man, being a father, guardian, what have you. And everything that he said is correct. I can admit, even during times earlier on, I'm like, yo, I blame, Adam or whatnot, whatever, for, certain things happening, yada, yada, yada. But that wasn't realistic, right? You have to blame the problem. You have to blame the source. The only reason that Vlad TV, you can see them at the bottom, Adam 2012 is directly to the left. He has the No Jumper podcast. Again, white boy. You got DJ Vlad, who is Jewish, agnostic, whatever he wants, atheist, whatever he wants to call himself, right? You have him directly to the right. And both of them have platforms built off of the black situations, issues, problems, and plight when it deals with black men in the black community who are on the streets, of the streets, in and out of jail and prison and all this other type of stuff. And whenever they show up on these white platforms, you 100% of the time, I'm sorry, 99.9% of the time, you see these black male rappers coming through there as hard as all get out, but now they sitting up there talking. I'm like, I could have sworn there was a lot of, when I did a live stream before, I had somebody who I guess must have been some tough street dude or whatnot or whatever in the gang. He was trying to sit up there and tell me like, yo, you shouldn't be talking about politicking, like you ain't even from the streets, da 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 da, stay as a civilian, all this other type. I'm like, bro, like you really trying to guard something that should not even be guarded. Like, this is literally what I guess your bread and butter. This is what you're really focused on. You feel like you hard, and from the streets, you got the tattoos and the stripes and all this. That's some crazy work. I can sit up there and talk about this as a black man because I've seen what the negativity on how this falls out. How a lot of the older guys in the streets ain't sitting up there minding anything that the younger dudes are doing. Y'all just letting them do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. There's no type of leadership directly out there. They're sitting up there robbing kids, graves, people at schools. Like, they're doing any and everything directly. They're running chaotic at this moment in time. But yeah, you got these hardened dudes out here tomorrow. Don't be talking about the politics in the streets and da da da. And you don't understand that. You don't know the logistics and that. I'm like, dog, if my house get broken into by one of you clowns, like, yeah, I understand, because now your problem is my problem, and the police is going to be involved. Because right, I'm a civilian, which means that I should not have been actually getting robbed. Y'all should have been robbing each other. Y'all should have been dealing with each other, trying to take lives. But no, you wanted to sit up there and take somebody's grandma on a corner's life because you wanted to break into their house. For what reason? Because you're bums. And then on top of that, getting back to the whole thing dealing with the rappers, like, it's crazy out here. A lot of them talk about, I'm not a rat, I'm not this, I'm not that, but you're talking about quote unquote internal workings, quote unquote street business to white people. How does that work? Don't you call that an informant? Don't you call a black dude that is hard and part of the streets, these gangs, all throwing up the signs, all, tattoos, everything, isn't talking to a white boy on a podcast that's all over the planet? Wouldn't that be an informant? Aren't you telling everybody the inner workings of street and what it is that y'all doing? You talking about all the bodies? Like, yo, I didn't call like 7 bodies before since I was like 7. I'm like, you do know that the FBI and the government are watching these shows. You do more than likely know that Adam and DJ Vlad are more than likely some way, somehow connected or hired or in contact with the government. So this is why you've seen raid on raid on raid and arrest on arrest on arrest happen when it deals with a lot of these black male rappers. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like what are we doing? Like, you've been catching bodies since you're 16, and there have been unsolved cases, but now they got to leave because you wanted to go out there and tell people that, yo, you've been doing this since you were 16, and then they can backtrack and go through some of your records because you've been rapping since you were 12. They can go back through the raps and see what you've been rapping about, and then they can piece that together and connect that to a certain scene of a crime. Brother, they're gonna get everybody on a RICO. Good job. Good job. You done did it to yourself. Your whole gang is locked up. Clink, clink. They got the clamps on you. And like I said, I've only seen black male rappers do stuff like this. I ain't seen nobody else be this stupid. And then people get directly mad at Charleston White for sitting up there calling a lot of this stuff out. People got mad when I was putting Charleston White directly on my platform. It's like, oh man, you putting that up there, and man, that's the wrong look. You shouldn't be sitting up there. Who is it the wrong look for? Is it because you don't like it because of a lot of the truth that he's speaking? He literally told y'all he created a character in order to get black people to pay attention, because black people love paying attention to ignorant people. Case in point, black male rappers. So where is he wrong at? Where is he wrong at? This is like the same exact thing where if I bring up Dr. Umar, people want to talk about the school, but then I brought up in the same extent that Dr. Umar said that he's not going to be able to psychologize a lot of y'all sons. Some of them going to have to get put down for good. You know, black people sat up there and told me, tell Dr. Umar to fix those schools. Tell Dr. Umar to do you sitting up there going with them white supremacist ideologies. You sitting up there siding with brother. Those same kids that you're trying to body block for, that you're not going out into the streets and talking to and trying to give any correction to, that you don't want to because you feel that it's not your job because you didn't create them and you're not the father, those same kids are going to sit up there and rob you. Those same kids are going to do some damage to the women in the community, to your daughter, your grandmother, your aunt, your wife. But yet, y'all want to sit up there and debate me in the comment section telling me I'm wrong for agreeing with Dr. Umar Johnson. Crazy work. Two guys that have been sitting up here spitting facts, but y'all want to focus on certain things that make you uncomfortable, certain things that you highly disagree with. So you would rather focus on that disagreement versus focus on what the actual problem is. Charleston White been talking about the problematic situations dealing with black men in the black community. Everybody got their mouth open. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody want to talk down Charleston White. Dr. Umar Johnson talked about the exact same thing while also uplifting black women. And now it's at the point in time where black women have basically turned on Dr. Umar Johnson because of, you know, other types of news or whatever that basically came out. So everybody want to forego that information. Fine, no problem. So we got Dr. Umar directly out. We got Charleston White directly out. You know, one of the main people that I've always talked about, I talked about the Honorable Minister Farrakhan and how it is that he literally went on foot and had conversations with black people in black communities. Do you know what the black community likes to say on that? Nothing. Silence. It gets ignored. Because when you give black people somebody that they can't criticize or try to put them up to a spotlight to try to find an imperfection, now black people don't got nothing to say. They're like, well, Umar Johnson set up crazy work. Like I said, the black community don't really want leaders. And I'm saying that in the totality. I'm talking about when it deals with black men and black women. They do not want leaders because a lot of black people feel that they are beyond reproach. They feel like nobody can guide them, nobody can lead them, nobody can tell them what to do or whatnot, or whatever. They feel like they know what is for their own best interest. And where has that gotten us? Where has that gotten the black community? Matter of fact, where has that gotten the kids? Matter of fact, I actually have a video from a mall where I see nothing but black kids sitting up there fighting. I'm like, so where the parents at? So for the black people, where the parents at? Why are your kids sitting up there in groups, in droves, sitting up there fighting? I'm looking at 50 plus teenagers in a mall sitting up there fighting, and the police had to come down and rectify the whole situation. And then I sit up there and I just ask myself, I'm like, where are the parents at? Shout out to anybody from Detroit. Back in high school, back when early 20s, when me and my friends used to sit up there and go to Fairlane and some of the other malls, I used to sit up there and see the teenagers coming through there acting completely chaotic and stupid, to the point where the mall themselves had to initiate a curfew. They had to initiate, like, okay, well, past 7 o'clock, nobody under 18 or 19 can be allowed in the mall without an adult. If you're with an adult, it's completely fine. If you are in this mall and you are not 18 or 19, you need to evacuate. You need to get directly out. Why do they have to do that? Because the black kids will be running amok. They will be acting crazy. Why would the kids be doing that? Because they don't have no home training. Why don't they have no home training? Because a lot of black parents don't want to be parents. They want the title of parent, but they don't actually want to be a parent. But when you list this and you state this directly to black people, you get silence. You get people wanting to, I'm about to sit up there and unscribe. This person is, he's anti-black. He's obviously, undercover, white person. It's crazy work. Like I said before, it's crazy work. It is crazy work. 100% diabolical. 100%. D-Money say you can't save them all. Unfortunately, some of them have to, and that's facts. Me and mine said Umar allegedly is a deadbeat and Charleston White is quote unquote a woman beater according to him. So I think that's why people tend to question. That's cool. They can sit up there and question them, no problem. Black people can sit up there and disregard the information, no problem. But like I said before, when I bring up the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, black people are silent. They're not trying to follow that lead. They're like, oh, I disagree with the Muslims. I disagree with how they are religiously. I can't jive with this. So okay, that's three black men directly out the way. So since we got those main black men that everybody knows directly out the way, so what black men in the black community are going to stand up to take their place to be the ideal perfected black male leader to bear all of this weight? I'm still waiting. Because I ain't seen it yet. Because time and time again, I always had these conversations and I have people always asking me for solutions, and I'll give solutions, right? To a variety of situations. But then people tell me that I'm not qualified because I'm not doing it. I'm like, all right, you got it then. So why are you coming to me asking me for a solution? That makes no sense. You want some advice, you want a solution, but then you say I'm not qualified to actually do it because I'm not doing it myself. I'm all right then. So what are we doing now? What are we doing? Because the main thing I've stated before is that you have a lot of black men out here that are highly educated, that are way smarter than me, but yet you don't see them stepping up to hold the reins, to bear all of that weight. But yet everybody knows and states that we need leaders. The crazy part is dealing with the white community, even though I talk about them quite a bit, the one thing that I've noticed is that no matter what the imperfection is in said white man, in their community, they will stand directly by that person and allow them to lead. They'll be like, all right, we see the imperfections. We will forego those imperfections because the things that you are saying are going to contribute to the positivity and the growth, both internally and financially and community-wise when it deals with our community. That's what I just happen to see white people do. When it deals with black people, we will look for any and every reason to disqualify somebody to be a leader in the black community. Crazy work. So this is another reason why you still see white people out here with what? All of this power, all of this money, all of this wealth, because they're still working in tandem with one another, right? They'll fix a lot of those problems in-house or however it is that they do it. But when it deals with black people, it's like, no, we're not doing no in-house. We're doing a public meeting where we're going to have this out directly with the public. We're going to let the public know our whole situation and everything. And then once we do that, guess what? We're not going to have a leader. So then who is going to take that place? I've been asking this for years. I've been waiting to see this directly for years. And I still don't see it. Since she said Tariq is a good teacher, he is. But I've also seen black people come directly through and critique him. So I'm not even putting Tariq directly in there because he has gotten a host of critiques. Because I remember, and I did live streams and a video showcasing the fact, I'm like, yo, Tariq, Tariq Nasheed is about to sit up there and, open up this museum. They're buying up this land, this building, all this other type of stuff. I kid you not, directly on those days or those weeks that they were trying to get, I think it was about like $2 or $3 or whatever $1 million in order to, get through the red tape and finally be able to build it, right? Which they did. I saw fields of black people sitting up there saying like, oh, he's a scammer, he's this. I'm like, where did you get this from? What proof do you have that Tariq Nasheed is a scammer? How do you know that he's hustling black people? How do you know he's stealing his money? He's about to run off, right? So then once the building finally gets built, where were all of those people that wanted to call him a liar? Where were all of those people that wanted to call him a scammer? Where were all of those black people to sit up there and give an apology? Nowhere to be seen. They moved on to the next topic. That's what I'm talking about. When it deals with a lot of these things, black people just like to sit up here and complain just to have something to complain about, and they're not willing to actually do the due diligence and the hard work and get their hands dirty in order to fix a problem. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy to me. Like, that's some diabolical work. You know how many times I go on social media every single day and I'm bypassing videos of black kids going out here just fighting? They sitting up there sliding on one another. You got the black girls out here shooting each other now. Like I said, and I tried to sit up there and warn black women about that. Nobody wanted to listen. Tried to sit up there and tell a lot of black men out here like, yo, man, we got to start talking to these kids. We got to band together. We got to get some things, moving and whatnot, whatever. Ain't nobody listening. So I got two groups of people, both black men and black women in the community, ain't listening. So do you think me as a voice, me having this platform with all these subscribers, do you think I'm going to be able to get in touch to the young black girls and the young black boys? You think they're going to listen to me if the parents ain't even listening? Nah. So guess what? Now it's chaos. Now everybody out here dying. Now everybody out here getting robbed. Now everybody out here in the morgue. Now everybody out here got to plan funerals. Now everybody out here got some family locked up behind some nonsense because don't nobody in the black community want to listen. Don't want to take criticism. That's some crazy work. That's 100% crazy work. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. Like that is crazy. Me and mine said crackheads can say intelligent things too. The funniest thing about that comment there, let me just highlight that real quick. The funniest thing about that is some of the most intelligent people were drug addicts, were people that were strung out. Being directly from Detroit and actually taking the time every now and again to talk to somebody that was on the streets, I actually found out how intelligent some of these people are. Some of these people used to actually, like work factories. They used to build things. They used to be teachers, right? A lot of these people used to have positions in the community, positive positions, but things ended up happening that they couldn't sit up there and deal with emotionally, or maybe other, traumatic things happened to them and everything fell apart mentally for them. So they turned to drugs. So yes, a lot of people in the black community that we have that are very intelligent are on drugs. Or let me put it to the other extent, because I went again to black schools with black students. A lot of some of our intelligent men directly out there are a part of gangs, are a part of, doing drugs, a part of doing the negative things to the black community. And I'm pointing that out because I'm trying to showcase the fact that you have other things at work that will enable certain things to take place with people, be it mentally or be it economically, when it deals with where it is that they are growing up, such as like, the lack of jobs and all of these things. Because a lot of these, like I said before, a lot of these young black males who are locked up right now, they come from single parent households. So it's the mom that's there. And they see the mom struggling, they see the mom working and all this other type of stuff, and it's still not enough. And the mom is like, yo, I need help. I don't know how I'm going to, get rent out. What do the young black boys do? They're like, yo, it's time for me to get into man mode. And the only man mode that they just so happen to know is the reflection of the black men that are on the streets. And this is not me discounting the black men that are actually working, that's doing the 9 to 5 and all this other type of stuff. But I have to be honest, when it deals with the black community, we do not pedestalize black men working standard issue jobs into a positive light. This is why you don't got the young black boys looking up to them. We don't pedestalize black males being teachers or doctors or lawyers or going to college or trade schools. The main thing that we pedestalize in the black community, I'm talking about by way of the media, the music, whatnot, whatever people like ingest. We always talk about the gang members. No matter if it's negative or positive, they're still getting the limelight. While all of the other decent, great, good black men, educated black men out here, they're not getting nothing. So what do you think that a young black boy, what do you think that he's going to sit up there and do at the end of the day? Do you think that he's going to try to be, quote unquote, some lame, somebody that's not getting no attention and no likes and no love for the black community? Or is he going to go with something that may be the most hated, but it still gets respect and attention in some type of form of love, either by money or love by way of fear? They're going to sit up there and take the other side. But like I said, that's a whole nother discussion that black people don't want to have. Because like I said before, as much as I sit up there and get on and talk about white people here, there's a lot of problems and issues within the black community that needs to be fixed that black people still don't want to face still to this day. And people still decide to make excuses. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. Georgia said, I ask you, Seji, what should the black agenda be? I say collectively organize and the collective pursuit of independent political and economic control of the places that we live. I'm all fine for that. What I'm basically stating, and I've stated this for the longest time possible, if you are a parent, put your kids, just shout out to Kwame Brown, because he was somebody that was doing this for some years. He would always sit up there and state that black parents need to sit up there and put their kids into, like STEM, into cybernetics, into tech, into a lot of those things. And I started saying the exact same thing. And again, I'm a tech person. I'm a person that loves technology and all of these things, right? And especially I would tell the parents, like, yo, teach your kids about blockchain. If you are ignorant of blockchain, of that technology, which is associated with cryptocurrency, you need to learn as an adult so that you can teach your kids. The moment in time that you give your kids this information or these tools early, the way that they're going to develop is going to be something that you've never seen before. But the other problem that we have is that a lot of parents don't want their children to outshine them. You have a lot of parents in the black community that feel that the attention should solely be on them, that their kids should have to earn their own attention, that their kids shouldn't be able to outshine them or be better or smarter than them. So you have a lot of parents that are jealous, that are envious, that want to smother that light, even though they don't got nothing. As a parent, they don't got nothing to nothing, probably even barely made it through high school. But the moment in time they happen to see that light, a greater light in their child, they're like, oh no, you can't be sitting up there doing that. You're not going to do better than me. I barely made it through high school, and it looked like you about to sit up there and go through college at 14. Nah. We ain't about to sit up there and do that. Let me start telling you something negative about yourself. Let me start downing you. Let me start doubting you, so that internally you'll hear that and you'll start doubting yourself, because you're not going to beat me. I'm your parent. I brought you in this world. I'll take you out. And that's a lot of black parents. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is 100% crazy out here. And I've talked about countless times how we have all of, like, I put it to you like this, right? When people want to talk about toxic masculinity, they try to make black men the poster child for it. Why is it that everybody talked about the negative, but nobody wanted to talk about the positive, right? Masculinity. Again, like I said before, whenever we have these conversations about black men, nobody wants to try to start a conversation about the other side. Nobody wants to talk about the positive things that black men do, how it is that they build, how it is that they lead or try to lead when they have the leeway to do so, because that's another thing as well, too. We will have capable black men able to lead the community, but then black people will be like, nah. You got a lot of black men right now that are in relationships or in marriages right now with black women. And you'll have black women sit up there and say that, yeah, you sit up there and take care of me. Yeah, you sit up there and provide. Yeah, you are a protector, but I'm not going to listen to you. You're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to tell me how to dress. You're not going to tell me how to walk. I am still my own person. So when you look at that aspect and you find that when women are married to a man that they decide not to listen, even though they have his last name, they bear the child, they're raising that child together and everything like that. When you have the women that's not going to listen, then what does that mean? Because the women are the secondary teachers in the community, or better yet, the first teachers in the community. So if the women aren't going to listen, guess what the children are going to do? They're going to follow whatever it is that the mother's doing. If the main person that is teaching them things, that is giving them, this type of nurturing, great love, is saying that I'm not going to follow you as a man, no matter what you contribute, no matter what you give me, no matter what you've done to me, what does that then mean for the children, both boys and girls? They're not going to sit up there and follow any black man out here, no matter how qualified he is. And I've always seen the arguments of people talking about like, oh, well, black men always say that they're qualified, but they're not. What qualifications do you feel that they need to sit up and have? If they're educated, if they're very good emotionally, or if they're emotionally conscious of choices and decisions, they're working by way of logic. They can also empathize with certain situations. They can give corrections so that the same occurrence doesn't happen again. They can provide the protection that is needed, because obviously as a woman, you may not be able to do it yourself, or afraid to, because I know of a lot of women that don't want to handle a gun or have a gun directly in the house. So then he is that bodyguard. If he's able to do all of those things, what more do you need him to realistically do? Right. But somehow, some way, a black man is going to be disqualified. No matter, he could be Jesus at this, he's still going to be disqualified somehow. So, like I said, there's a lot of problems directly in the black community, directly on both sides, when it deals with, leaders and how things need to be fixed. But going back to what you stated earlier, let me see if I can find a comment. Somebody said, what should the plan be? The plan should be that those in the black community that are of logic and sound mind need to get together, pair together, need to formulate plans, things of buying up the block, buying up land, investing into, one another, and move from that and grow, and then connect with other like-minded people. That's it. From there, then you can start talking about the whole political aspect. It makes no sense to talk about a political aspect when people are still divided on very simple issues, on very simple things. Right. For the most part, when it deals with quote unquote black Americans, right? FBA, adios, whatever people want to call themselves, we can't even get on one main name to specifically brand ourselves with, to label ourselves with. So it's like, if we can't even do that, how are we going to sit up and talk about politics? Because obviously, if people go by different brandings, guess what? People are going to have different politics, different religions, different beliefs, different ideologies, all this other type of stuff. So again, from one thing comes many fractures, right? So, Z said, I'm a single mother, have a son. I don't play that BS. My son is a second grader at second grade reading level. He's in the first grade, now about to be in the third grade reading level. A boy could read 98 words. That's advanced bars. Since she said he's a teacher like Seji is, not a leader. Men said they use Jay-Z to do it to the black community. Why can't the community see that? It's more than just Jay-Z. I know what you're referring to and talk about, but it's more than just him. This was happening before him. Z said, we don't live in the hood. We live in Silicon Valley. So my son can go to the park almost, every day. My son knows how to solve problems, even though you nag him sometimes on the math. I guess that was supposed to be. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, honestly, we need highly strong masculine black men to lead. I'm seeing black women in positions that black men should be in. For example, that mayor in San Francisco. Well, the thing with that, Tippy, is the thing I was trying to get to y'all back during the pandemic is how they were trying to position and prop up black women to basically take the place of black men. And again, this was the white society doing it. They were making sure to pass any initiative possible. Like, I think, what was it, Bank of America? I did a story where I think they were giving like an excess amount of like 500 million towards black women that wanted to be entrepreneurs, start businesses, and all this other type of stuff. Again, you will never hear any of these banks like, yeah, we're about to give close to like $1 billion to black men to literally, no. They're not doing that, because they know that if black men have that working capital, and you got capable black men out here, they know that they would exceed those expectations, and they can take a little bit of that and they can just like start running, right? The race is directly on. And now those black men are going to be competitive, if not more, than the, white businesses directly out there. And they weren't trying to do that, because the whole main goal that the government has always had is to destabilize the foundation when it deals with black men and black women. And the way that you sit up there and do that is, number one, cause division amongst black men and black women, cause division in the community, cause division amongst the kids, make sure that people, have arguments back and forth and don't see eye to eye, don't love each other. You put other people directly in the way that will, quote unquote, substitute for that love that is not, quote unquote, being given, right? And then you sit up there and take the women and you pedestalize them way above anybody else in the community, especially black men. Black men will be in 10th place. They'll make sure to prop black women as number one, right? So then you got all of these corporations. Hey, black women, we're going to throw all of this money directly at you. You got these banks. Hey, black women, we're going to throw all this money directly at you. And what do you see with what black women are saying on social media? I've shown y'all some of the comments in the videos. You got black women sitting up there saying like, I'm both the man and the woman. I'm the breadwinner. I don't need a man. I don't need a husband. I don't need a man to do nothing for me. I am fully capable. All this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. But mind you, black women are the only ones doing that online, because that's how it's been orchestrated. And I, as a black man, have been trying to give and put this information directly out there. But, you got people that don't want to decide to listen. So the moment in time that happens, what do you think that people are going to do when they're told that they're not wanted, that they're not needed? They're going to leave. They're going to sit up there and go elsewhere. They're going to sit up there and move on. Right. But a lot of people feel that, oh, just because, women basically say that, you should still be there. Nah, ain't nobody going to sit up there and stay somewhere where they're literally being told that they're not wanted. How many black folks right now that I'm talking to right now are deciding like, okay, I'm going to stay in like a hyper racist sundown town where they got, all of this and that and that. You don't sit up there and see millions of black people living in sundown towns right now that are known sundown towns, where the primary demographic is white. You don't sit up there. No, it's not what we move to. Areas amongst ourselves or areas that are multicultural. That's where we tend to sit up there and go. Right? We can deal with some discomfort, but if everything is blatant and directly out there, it's like, all right, we got it. You ain't gonna sit up there and see us here. Like I said, they moved away from the point of having to put up signs saying that they don't want black people here. Like I said, you can just be vocal and get the exact same point across. But that's who I was responding to earlier. Georgia Sweet. There we go. Gotcha. Reply said black women have kept the black population at 13% because of ABs since the 1970s, with 20 million ABs. That's insane to think about. Z said my son will be joining the lacrosse team and he's going back to private school next year, coming from a single black woman who is a mother, talking about how women doing their kids is outdated. Wait, I'm confused on the last part. I get the rest of it, but I'm a little bit confused on the last part. Tippy said a lot. Me and mine said I see it all the time. When people see black Americans, they want to say the N-word and talk about how tough their neighborhood is. And I'm like, that all people think of us. Yeah. All people think like, yeah. Scott said they do make excuses. Thank you for that. Reply said 1 in 4 black women had. So you're going off of the whole thing dealing with ABs. Z said, but I feel absolutely nothing for those who started off as good role models and then fell off. You're going to have to stop using supremacy or the government for everything that didn't make you do drugs. No, but that's why I listed 2 different things that will, in a sense, enable certain things to happen. But like I said before, I 100% get what you're saying. Georgia said there's plenty of black people talk about the need for black power. You have to first identify what the agenda has to be and how to get there. Z said, little brother, you got to start, or is that stop? You got to stop making excuses for grown men and women. Do it for grown men, and women do it because they didn't didn't wait. You know, they so in love with their men. Well, that's how you fail the community. I'm a little bit confused on that one. You said, we don't need no black power. That's the problem because you can't get along. Most black people go date white. You got black men talking about they can turn eight white baby mama kids black. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit confused directly on that one. Miyamon said, I also know a lot of people gatekeep opportunities for black children unless it's sports. Yep. They do not share opportunities with children from neighborhoods, even wealthy black folks. That is true. Z said, learn how to believe in yourself, and you're going to find groups like that will roll directly with you. You don't have to reach out to a bunch of black folks. Everybody don't like everybody. That's true. That's true. D Money said, you're not wrong, Seji, but it's all done by design, yo. Z said, oh, well, you're going to have to worry about why the fathers ain't in the home and stop putting it on the woman. That's the biggest problem. Nobody holds the man to the standards. That, like I said, thank you. Like I said, I love the comments. But this is the main thing that I happen to go off of because, again, I was quote unquote, just like everybody likes to say about the black boys in the community being statistics. I'm one of those statistics. The one thing I'm just going to state this for any other black woman directly out there, because this is my standard. And my mom, every now and again, she'll, pop in and watch the channel as well. Never at any point in time did my mom ever blame any of the circumstances that we faced or went through on a black man or my father. So for me to continuously see this conversation circulating online when it comes from black women, I've said for years is weird to me because that's not at all ever how I grew up. The way that I grew up is that, all right, you got a problem, you got to sit up there and solve it. You got an issue, you got to sit up there and solve it. You got yourself into this, you got to get yourself directly out. Never at a point in time did I ever hear my mother badmouth, down talk my father or black men in the black community. So again, this is a little bit weird to me. It's a little bit weird seeing these situations, seeing and hearing these types of conversations. Also knowing the fact that I got videos directly up here where you will have black women state that they have certain types of guys that they date and have babies with, and somehow, some way, people are like, no, 100% of the reason that this happened is directly on the guys. But to my understanding, a lot of women have always told me my body, my choice. So you have a lot of women out here deciding to sleep with certain types of guys and allowing those guys to continuously get them pregnant. And then those same women who end up having 4, 5, 6, 7 kids by these said black guys or the same black guy, they then decide that they want to say that, oh, black men are trash, black men are this, black men are that. But I'm like, you selectively gave your body over to that guy, because I keep trying to remind myself, I'm like, yo, I as a man, I as a black man do not have any type of control or say so over black women. Black women are autonomous. They can do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. Just like me as a black man, I can do whatever it is that I want to sit up there and do. Right? Black women have no say so directly over me. That's, again, I treat it as balanced. I look at it just like that. So it would be crazy of me to get myself into a situation and then I get myself into said situation. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit up there and blame black women directly on this. That's crazy to me. Again, I wasn't raised like that. That's not anything that I was able to see and or experience. So, like I said, pardon me for, in a sense, going on this rant. But again, that's just crazy to me. That is just, it just doesn't make sense. And again, I guess I was raised differently. And again, raised by a black woman, single parent household. I'm a statistic. And coming from that, I try to do things as balanced as possible. Now, maybe if I saw my mom heavily blaming my dad or heavily blaming black men for this and that and that, maybe things would be a little bit different. But again, that's not where I've always been. So this is why I technically go so hard on a lot of the black women out here, because I'm like, yo, I don't know where these standards are, because my standard is pretty high because of, how I see my mom and how it is that she spoke, how it is that she carried and conducted herself throughout this world and still carries and conducts herself still to this day. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. But like I said, maybe I'm problematic. Maybe it's just a me thing. I could be drastically incorrect. I could be wrong. I don't know. But for me, it just seems weird because the exact same things that I hear women who are adults stating at this moment in time, I hear young girls saying the exact same things, and they don't have anywhere close to the relationship knowledge of grown women in their 30s and 40s. So I'm like, people, and this is why I set up to say that people got to be very careful of the words and the things that they decide to sit up there and state on social media, because these young girls are watching, and women will tend to live, or young girls will tend to live through the experiences of other women versus their own experiences. And they'll carry that as some type of traumatic weight and then apply that onto the next guy that they see, even though he's not at fault for nothing. That dude got a clean slate, but now he's this, he's that, he's every guy that a black woman has basically told you something negative about. I don't know. Z said, I mean, we got to stop making find a way to make money. My grandma was forced to get some welfare. My grandfather wasn't returning home. She had neighbors to help her. Grandmama's neighborhood helped her get on welfare because she has 7 kids she needed to take care of because your grandfather left and he went to go be with somebody else. Rabbit said, as Seji, my mother was like that. Hated it that I wasn't struggling. Okay, you're going back to the previous conversation I was talking about where, you got some parents that are jealous and whatnot. You said your mother was like that and she was mad that you weren't struggling in school, so she started making trouble for me in school and at home and always hated it when I surpassed her. That's crazy. Z said she got on that welfare when she hated the welfare. She learned how to cook, do hair so her kids could look good going to school, and she babysit people's kids for money. My grandmother became a pioneer, and she loved a nice house. She didn't care. She lived in the projects and she didn't want them welfare people in her house anymore. Your grandfather came back whenever he felt like it, and she understood the assignment. She didn't like welfare because of no man, because welfare never took the man out of the home. Another lie that was told, even though there's documentaries to go against the narrative that you're completely stating. Also, on top of the fact, I'm not saying that you don't have guys out here that don't abandon their responsibility, but even the CDC said that black men are in and around their children's lives more than any other group of men. So again, I'm not going to sit up there and say that the CDC is lying, because they don't have anything to benefit from. Now, when it deals with anything negative dealing with black men, everybody has something to benefit from. They can monetize that literally instantly. You say black men are doing something, bow, you sitting up there making money, right? You say something positive about black men, bam, your bank account, it doesn't exist because nobody cares. Tibby said, unfortunately, once GTA 6 comes out, nobody's going to care about anything. Unfortunately, it'd be like that. Z said, and a few little teachers we did have that was black men were accused of SA, and some of it scratched out. Most of it ended up being exactly what it was, because cameras and phones and text. You said, real good teachers, we talking about men who didn't put up with the crap with some kids, and lady teachers, good ones, were let go because of DEI. They didn't teach boys can be girls and vice versa. Z said they didn't teach the whole woke culture. That's what lost them the job. There were teachers who who wanted better for these children. They lost their jobs, and kids can't read. Tibby said, we have billionaires, but their close friends are white. That's true. Z said, I'm gonna take what my son's going to do because I don't believe in that BS. My son's going to private schools, and he's going to learn how to play the violin and chess and lacrosse that has been put in place. I don't do that. The kids run the parent stuff. My son would never run me. It's what I say and what needs to be done, because the world ain't for the treatment to treat my son right if he falls short. Right. He also said, I teach my son every day that there is room for mistakes. The world is not going to feel sorry for you, so be prepared to be your own leader. Timmy said, yeah, I remember the Golden Sachs giving black women money, and that never happened or didn't. Yeah, Yep. Me and Maya said those grants went to couples also. That is, didn't know that. Did not know that. Thank you for the information. Okay, he's asking for a person in the room. She's responding to somebody else. Me and Maya said, so blame black women. Huh? Dear God. Tibby said, yeah, that's silly independent woman nonsense speech that doesn't help black people. Me and Maya said this is the same thing over and over again. I guess people aren't listening. What else we got? Somebody said you're blaming somebody else for their behavior. D Money said they had a nonprofit organization ran by black women for black women business owners, and they shut that down quick. Yeah, now and that was another thing too, and that was something that I actually talked about and made a video about. There was, I forgot, his last name was Bloom. You can look it up because I don't want to mix it up with the voice actor for Dragon Ball Z like I did last time. If you type in Bloom and you type in Bloom on affirmative action or something associated with it, he was one of the main ones, the anchors to try to get affirmative action appealed, to try to help get rid of affirmative action. And after they successfully did that, their next venture, him and his group, the next venture was to get rid of any initiatives or businesses that were giving monies to black people, because they wanted to consider that racist. They wanted to consider that discriminatory. Right. And like I said, I tried to warn and I tried to sit up there and tell people, show people the signs and the symptoms of who was playing the tug and pull game when it deals with black women. Nobody wanted to sit up there and listen. So, it's crazy work. What else we got? Tippy said they do say that a lot about black dudes, right? Z said, well, listen, very few black men will hold most black men accountable for their wrongdoings because they see it and it bothers them and their manhood. I'm into positive things that black men do and talks negative very little. You got to go to Michi's channel and believe it or not. Cynthia G's channel. I know about Cynthia G. I've seen the start, the middle, and where she currently is at this moment in time. And like I told y'all before, and this is directly to Z. For a lot of the black female content creators on YouTube, at one point in time, I did actually watch or might have been subscribed directly to them, and then it got to a point where I just started hearing negative things about black men where we were just criminals, villains, and all this. I'm like, all right, you got it. I'm like, and I left the exact same way I showed up, in silence. I didn't let them know that I was there, that I disagreed. I didn't try to have a debate or an argument. I'm like, this is clearly for the black women there, and anybody else who doesn't like black men, no problem. You got it. Right? Like I said, this is your space. I'm not going to fight you on it. This is your opinion. This is your point of view. Obviously, the fields, the hundreds of thousands of other black women that were in the comment section, they completely 100% agreed. I'm like, y'all got it. No problem. So, like I said, like I told people before, if I know of a place where I'm not wanted, I'm not going to be there or stay there. But I'm not going to sit up there. You're not going to catch me trying to argue, directly, with her and all. Like I said, do you do you whatever it is that you believe, whatever it is that you want to sit, hey, you got it, no problem. Just like some of the other black female content creators as well, where they do this. Matter of fact, I'm not sure if you know of this black content creator, Z. There's a black female content creator that has a picture in the background of a black man as a for lack of a better word, let's say a Christmas ornament. And while the black girl is swinging on a swing. So I'll just let everybody try to figure out what that picture looks like. And I've showcased that before, and that is a black woman that is on YouTube at this moment in time that has a platform. And I'm like, how is that? Like, we talk about, hate and everything all the time, but I'm like, how is that anything positive? And like I said before, I see stuff like this all the time when it deals with black men. And I'm like, all right, y'all got it. So like I said, I'm not just, this is not, like a theory or going on. I'm looking literally at black female content creators. I'm listening to their content for more than 5 seconds. I'm watching several videos, trying to do as much research as possible. I'm looking at the presentation. I'm listening to the tone. I'm looking at the topics. And this is why I told, and I tried to warn a lot of black guys out here before. I'm like, it's going to get to a point in time that if you keep allowing yourself to listen to that type of content, you're going to emotionally delve into and be invested into the same exact things that they're saying, but on the opposite side. So if you hear or see black women stating 100% horrible and negative things about like black guys, you're going to internalize that and you're going to do the exact same thing in return, but towards black women. Like I said, it's a consistent perpetual cycle. And it's going to be never ending because nobody's going to want to get out of that cycle. It's like, okay, you said this negative, I'm about to sit up there and return fire. The black women sit up there and see it, and they'll do content from somebody off of TikTok or IG or whatnot or whatever. They'll be like, oh, see what these black men are sitting up there saying? Then they'll do their content, return fire. They'll be sending like a whole armada to just lay field like Thanos. So, you know, like I said before, I didn't see these content creators before. I didn't listen to the content creators before. And like I said, if these are the people that you love and like and want to listen to, so be it. I've already been there. I don't need to sit up there and hear more or listen. You said, well, I'm gonna say it again to some of the men that are talking about women who can't find men. Me and can't find women. Y'all refuse to seek a wife. Y'all just want a quick fix. Tibby said that you said your black mother shouldn't have to do it all alone in the first place. So I blame both parties. Radio said, yeah, bruh, that shows you the mind of social engineering has done to our women. Me and mine said, it sounds like some black men don't hold each other accountable. It always circles back to black women. What else we got? Let me see what else we got. So me and mine said, I think you all have a hard time accepting responsibility for your actions. Okay. Let me just focus on this one. So I got to go back to the same story that I've stated before. Me and mine, I sat up there and dated a young black woman at a point in time in my life, and everything was all completely fine. You know, during, early, 20s or whatever, and was completely fine with the parents and everything, knew the mother and the father, knew all of her, sisters and all of this stuff. Lo and behold, at one point in time, said person decided to say that, they were pregnant, right? And at the moment of time, you would sit up there and just so happen to believe that person and XYZ, how it normally happens, right? But it gets to a point where everybody else is sitting up there telling you, like, yo, this might not be right. Because every guy's like, women don't experience this. They never experience this. Only men can experience this side of it. It gets to the point in time where you'll have other people sit up there and tell you certain things, right? You think that's just whatever, right? You ignore it. But then you start sitting up there questioning certain things as well, too. So then it gets to a point where said person puts out almost pretty much close to like a bench warrant out for me, because it was stated that, I am, such and such father of such and such child. And the Detroit police officer, huge dude, muscle bound, came directly to my door. Never had that happen to me ever in my life. Never been in and out of prison. Police don't even know my name. Dude knew my name, gave me this thick paperwork and told me like, yo, you guys such and such week or whatnot to come downtown to, do this test. If you don't, we're going to put a bench warrant out for your arrest because you decided to not do A, B, and C. Right. So I decided to take those paperworks, had to, go down there and do whatnot or whatever. Of course, we arrived separately directly downtown at that building to do that test, and all to find out that she lied, all to find out that that wasn't my child. The only responsibility that I would give in that situation was that I probably overlooked red flags. I probably made myself stupid because I believed in love, because I believed that a woman would never do something like this to me, because in relationships, the only person that has quote unquote ever been stated to be a liar has always been men. So with that information, I went into that relationship and just believe that somebody of my age, somebody that looks like me, would have the best interest for me. And that was obviously a lie. So when I sit up there and try to tell women that you need to take responsibility for your choices and your decisions in your partners, I, as a person that literally went through something that could have very much changed the trajectory of my life, meaning that I could actually have been locked up. I could have a record. I could have seen horrible things in jail, being with the people that actually deserve to be there, right? Because again, I didn't commit no crime. I didn't do nothing. I had somebody that literally lied on me, somebody that I thought that was actually for me. So like I said before, if I can basically be honest and sit up there and state that I more than likely failed myself by overlooking or not paying attention to red flags, I'm telling that exact same thing to black women. So I'm a little bit confused on how me doing these talks or whatnot is me just blaming black women when you're listening to somebody acknowledging a certain type of failure to protect oneself, which enables somebody to do something negative, which will leave a ever enduring scar. And that will forever have a person have trust issues. But like I said, when men talk about these things, women don't really care. That's not really a problem because y'all like, that is bad that happened. But what about these other 19 black men that are just recklessly giving black women STIs and making 19,000 kids all around the black communities, and they're not sitting up there being there? That's what normally happens. Like I said before, a lot of people don't want to be honest about a lot of situations, and that's crazy. Me and mine said, there you go, blame black women. You all are not black women. Talk about black men. Me and mine said, this is not a correct stat. I hear that on every black men's chat. You said the correct stat refers to men who stay in the home. They said in or around. They said in or around. I did a whole live stream directly over the CDC and specifically what they said. And I showed off by page, by page, by page, by page, number by number, by number, by number. So I'm not incorrect in what it is that I'm saying. I literally did this. Brother. Most of the CDC study shows that black fathers are often more involved in their children's lives compared to other racial groups, even when considering low income or non-resident fathers. Me and mine said getting rid of affirmative action actually didn't really affect black women. We are used to hard work, so it really didn't change our minds or work ethic. Yo, Brandon V World, what is up? What is up? What is up? D Money said facts. I used to ninja watch some of them, bruh. Some of them hate black men with a passion. I mean, it'd be like that. Me and mine said, have a great day. Rabbit said, I think black people globally have community issues because we are too much of a community. We don't separate the crazy, bitter, and mentally ill. If they family or famous. Oh, okay, I got you. Radio said, I had love for our women. I just ignored the stubborn ones. It's that simple. Z said, if a woman decides that she wants to go find her a man, she has to become manly. And no shape or form should a woman look for a man that's just unwoman like, that's not ladylike. The woman who proposed to a man. Why not sister proposed to a man and he accepted the marriage proposal? They got married at the end, very tragically, 3 weeks after the marriage. Oh, you said it ended tragically. Okay. Ty said, I made it from the long trip. Yo, what is up? What is up, Ty? Yeah, I saw the picture. That man was on the road. I saw that cookie that was on the dashboard. I was going to make a comment about that on Xbox. Z said, yeah, there are some women who are foul, but when you gave upgrades, you got to be careful and not look at your past. When you get that upgrade, she'll be better for you, but will you treat her right? Ty said, nah, don't run now that I popped in. Z said, you and probably two more other brothers, not only ones that hold men accountable, but it's not enough. Women hold women accountable, sometimes very brutal. You said, I don't like wearing sisters trying to hold me. Oh, okay. You don't like hearing sisters trying to hold you accountable is an agenda behind it. And she wants an approval of a man. And I hate when women put all women in that category as though we are the cause. In shortage. Yo, D, what is up? What is up? You said a lot of it. 85% of the time is the woman's fault. Z said, then you got little girls and now little boys coming out with what a grown man did to them. And what does the sister do? The sisters will turn around and say that these kids lied, no support, no protection. I mean, within the same respect as what you're talking about here, again, I try to make this as even as possible. This is why I talk about the school system and how it is that a lot of these female teachers and black women have been in there that will go after students as well. Because I don't know why that whenever people think about this, they only primarily 100% of the time they want to focus on, oh, it's look at these black men sitting up there doing as teachers. We don't even have a lot of black male teachers. Primarily the main teachers, the main demographics who are doing this in these schools are white, which is the craziest part. But like I said, it's tiring sometimes. Tippy said, honestly, I'm really getting tired of always going back and forth with each other. But our ancestors were slaves, family on the plantation suffering today. We hate each other instead of white folks. Tippy said, and other races. Z says, so believe me, women go after women harder, even harder, and then they have men go out on women along with the women. We've been through way too much, but men get off scot-free. I'm not sure what the scot-free part is. Tippy said, I care. D Money said she dipped out 20 minutes ago. She was cool when the topic was on the problems with black men, but the second it switched to black women, she went Casper the Friendly Ghost. Yeah. I've dealt with that a lot over like 4 or 5 years. When that tends to happen. When I happen to actually focus in to talk about black men, the black men who disagree with me, they'll actually stay and disagree, right? That conversation can be had, all this other type of stuff. When it gets to the point that I'm giving that exact same energy, when it deals to black women, I'll have some people that'll disagree and they will tend to run out. They'll be like, oh, good day. And I'm like, I thought we were having a conversation. I could have sworn I thought my tone was actually fine. I didn't think I was hollering or anything. Like, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I wasn't really, hollering or anything like that. Or really going off like I would in the past. Like I said, try to have a cordial conversation to try to, get to the meat of the situation. But a lot of people tend not to want to do that. And as I stated before, the main ruler that I have when it deals with women is my mother. How it is that she's always conducted herself and carried herself, throughout life. And that's what I use as a measuring stick, right? But I guess, stating that and also stating that I have such a high value and respect for my mom did not really jive that well. On top of the fact of me using that as the point and then also explaining certain things. I don't know what to do. I guess maybe I got to have my mom up here actually speaking on some stuff. But then the thing that I know that's going to happen, depending on how many people we get in the chat, people are going to try to call her, oh, you're a pick me, you're this, you're a mammy, you're like I said. I already told my mom about this too. I already told him like, yo, you're going to have black women up here, trying to say some stuff if, I pull you up to the scene and we start having conversations. Crazy work. Ty was like, tragic. Z said, me and mine, I'm voice texting my apologies. This brother do go after brothers that's out of pocket, but it's not enough of him. It's more of them sympathizing with wrongdoers. Okay, wrongdoers. Okay, I figured this is how I know that sometimes y'all might be using, speech to text, because I'm looking at how the sentences are coming out. So yeah. So I try to read them as best as possible to get to the main point that you got. Mav said, I disagree with the notion that other races don't have crazy or family members who are crazy or ratchet. I know too many Asians, Hispanics with more dysfunction than an asylum. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying that how things are carried off and how things transpire when you, in a sense, tend to look at that community as a whole, even by way of the lens of social media and different things like that. Z said, whoever says the CDC showed that fathers are more in their children's lives is a lie. I work for the CDC. They having a ball picking the app, and the fathers is more absent. Okay, I guess. So I'm just, so this is just what we're gonna, for all the black women out there, you guys are correct. Us as black women, we're not fathers, we're not stepfathers. We don't actually care. It's like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Like, you can work for the CDC, that's great, that's cool. But again, I literally did a live stream, went directly off of the website and read the information. I don't know what else, what more that I can sit up there and do. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. So if from your experience of your own experience and the women in your family and your friends, if that is the sole experience that you want to go by when it deals with black men being fathers, stepfathers, or guardians, no problem. No problem. I'm not going to sit up there and debate. I'm not going to sit up there and debate it. Y'all got it. You 100% got it. Every other man on this planet is way more of a father and a caregiver and a guardian and a protector than black. Y'all got it. You got it. You got it. You 100%. 100%. Y'all got it. Z said, I wish that these niggas would stop making stuff up so that they can make themselves feel better. This is not, I want you to, Z, the reason I say this is because I was a stepfather. I'm not sure if you understood that from the experience and from that one little thing. Yeah. A lot of the girls that I just so happen to know, especially during high school, that I might have had a short relationship with, guess what? They might have been either pregnant or they might have already had kids in a stroller. So, like I said, y'all got it. Y'all got it though. Like I said, y'all got it. Let's not pay attention to any black men's experiences. Let's not listen to any of that. Black men are everything negative under the sun. Just saying. Z said nobody hates black men. Black men hate black men. Black women get angry at being in love with a black man, and you guys equate to that as hating black men. Y'all going to have to stick to the pot if you want to stick with the positive black men. Let's talk about the positive black men and not make excuses for the degenerates that want to change the narrative. You said you want to talk about the positive things, or the sister is doing, keep it that way, so then you'll see those who are new that come in and understand old, these sisters are good people. Wait, what? Rabbit said at SEIJIHITO, me and mine is either a bitter divester or a racist white man pretending to be a black woman. RY said, "Oh, that would be cool if your mom came on a live stream." Yeah, probably would, but I don't got time for people to start saying stuff because I know people would get horribly disrespectful, and I would just shut everything down. Everything will be burning in hell because we're not doing that. we are not doing that. No. It will be a nice train directly to hell for everybody. Let me tell you something. Like I said, if I've never sat up there and disrespected and said nothing negative about my mom, I expect that exact same thing from other people. But I know that's a stupid expectation, right? Z said, I can agree there's some weird teachers, especially them Wonder Breads, but I'm not just making it about them, about what the men are doing, because when they find out she's with the kid, she's in prison. No, not really, because I've covered these stories before, and those women don't even get put directly on the registry. Matter of fact, I just recently gave a video from a previous live stream where a white woman was literally, who was married with kids, was in the car as she was getting arrested with said student. And the cop was talking to her all nice and sweet, was like, oh, well, we can't really talk about what happened. And they decided to mute out, certain important information. They were like, well, we'll let your husband know and he can come get you. Crazy work. No talks of putting her on a registry. She's caught red-handed. And she was like, can I bring him with me? Crazy work. But, like I said, it is what it is. JK said, my black stepdad still pays my phone bill right now. There are more likely to be involved. Much love, respect, and appreciation to that man. DC says, Seji, what about the white lady who told her kids to look for a black man if they're lost? Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Black men don't contribute, don't do nothing. I get to a point where I'm just like, I just throw in the towel. I'm like, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all can just go through and say whatever it is that y'all want to sit up there and say. I'll just sit up there and start focusing on like other nationalities, because it's like, bruh. Oh my Lord. Let me tell you. Whoo, uphill battle out here. Radio said they all want white men. That's what it's really about. D Money said if that person works at the CDC and that information is wrong, that you're not doing your job. Gail said, Seji, step in to wear another man's boxes. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. So, Gail, like I said, I love Gail. Gail is always, making, jokes all the time for years on this platform. But within that, I will sit up there and say this. There's been a multitude of times when I've had arguments, even with black men directly on my platform or otherwise. And I've had dudes be like, I ain't about to be no stepfather, that ain't my kid, all this. But I'm like, if you're dating that woman, for all intents and purposes, whatever is connected to her, you are connected to. If that woman has inherited negative energies from other relationships, because within proximity you are connected to her, guess what? Now you got to deal with that. So it's the same thing as dealing with kids. I don't understand how people do this. I understand that purely women can do this, where women are like, oh, I'm not about to be a stepmom. I've heard women from all nationalities and races be like, I'm not about to be a stepmom, this, that, and the third. Guys don't, in a sense, really have that luxury. Or, guys, in a sense, we're like, all right, if I'm basically here and I say that I'm basically the man in this relationship, whatever, a guy's gonna be like, all right, no problem. Like, everything that is under my umbrella is basically under my protection. Like, I'm taking care of this. Kids are going to school. I'm taking them here. I'm taking there. All this other. That's what guys normally do. Shout out to Russell Wilson, because that's clearly what he sat up there and did. That's a nice, genuine dude who all people, both black men and women in the community, was talking wild, crazy mess about Russell Wilson. But he took control of that whole situation. Got married to Sierra, no matter what people were saying online and all this other type of stuff. He was like, yo, Future, you don't need that child support no more. We're gonna pay this off. You don't gotta worry about this no more. You good, bro. We don't need you. Because I got this, because I'm here. And then not only did he sit up there and do that and got married to Sierra, he sat up there and got Sierra her master's. But people still online, still to this day, trying to clown Russell for who it is that he is, and say that that's not a real man. All right, y'all got it. Like I said, y'all got it. People got it. Like I said, I've been arguing with people, for like two. And again, this ain't, towards Gail. I just want to sit up there and put that into perspective. I'm just going off of, like other things and linking it to, certain things. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation, Gail. Again, that wasn't directed towards you. So I just want you to know that. Tibby said, a mammy is a black woman who worships white men, white people. That is my definition. Radio said, let them be white men, and he can be 12 times worse than them, and he will still get accepted. Joe said, black, white, green, pink, we're all just the same people. RY said, I work for a school and I see black fathers on a regular, particularly when it's a parent conference, open house, or a IEP meeting. It, like I said, it's to the point, it don't matter. Even if you got good examples of what it is that black men are out here doing, I can list good examples of what black men, black fathers have done. It's going to get trumped because somehow, some way, you will have, other people directly out there say something else negative, say something to the contrary, say something opposite. And it has to be believed, and it has to be true. It has to be 100%. And anything that I can say, even from my own experience, is a lie. I'm like, all right, you got it. I'm not going to fight you on it. You obviously got more experience dealing with this than I do as a guy. You got more experience. Even though I've known a lot and been around a lot of young girls during the time of high school and whatnot that got kids. But like I said, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Tibby said you see a lot of psychotic Drama shows where the Asian dude always be the killer, stalking women. LOL. The one of the crazy ones. Yeah. Z said, "Oh, that's a big time, especially the Hispanics. Oh my gosh, and I feel bad for those little girls. They be wearing heels and walking about 4 years old in heels. Little Maria, but they got to go." You also said there's more stepmothers than it is stepfathers. If you wouldn't listen to those red pills, I don't know if YouTube was the influence, but clearly they told men don't date black women with children. Z said, I mean, it'll be on YouTube. On YouTube, brother. I guess you're saying that you got somebody. Wait, follow a lot of people I listen to who being exposed, and the stuff that they say about these sisters. You can't make these things up. You said, I mean, I was a stepmother when I was 21 years old. Didn't even know I was going to be somebody's stepmother. I became a stepmother until the past enough of my oldest stepdaughters for 31. Men or not, we can't talk about California. That's like, right, it's tradition for men to lay up in a woman's house with kids. That's not his for personal gain, and necessarily being a father, he will never be that. Huh? Gail said that, nah, I was a stepchild myself. Rabbit said, respect to Russell, but dude took a huge risk. Yeah, he did. He did 100%. Z said, I mean, look at my son's father. He was so-called my daughter's stepfather until he was doing what most dudes do over here in California. Community stick. That's a culture. I don't do that before. I'm just going by what I grew up on and experience. It's always been a bad luck situation for men to be the stepfather. Most men are just wanting to smash the woman who already got kids. Times get bad. That ain't his kids. He let that be known. He ain't providing for them kids, but he ate up them kids' food. Cultural thing. D-Money said, personally, the way that I look at it, if I can't discipline your child, I can't be with you. You also said that personally, okay, you wrote that twice. Okay. Z said, you got to listen to people. That's more than just one area. You got to listen to the men expose themselves as deadbeats. That's why I love Taz, the content creator, went playing that mess and he exposed. Tibby said, LOL, it's really stupid to date a single mother. Then say your kids don't mean ish to me. Then don't waste time. She can find a single father and be. But that's the problem, though. And I've always talked about that before. People with kids don't really like dating each other. There's a lot of black women that I've seen who got kids, and they've literally stated that they don't want to date a man who has kids. And I'm like, how does that work? How can you be so selective? If you got a man that's a single father, just like you're a single mother, he has all the responsibilities. He has 100% custody. Why would you not want to bond that together as a family? Why would you not want to sit up there and date that guy? Like I said, as a man, I'm pretty much, open. It don't matter. It's whatever. Right. But like I said before, primarily, I've always heard women, especially women with kids, always sit up there and say they will not date a man with kids. And I'm like, that's a little bit odd to me. That's a little bit weird. And I've been hearing this since I was younger. And I'm like, how can I don't understand how people can be so selective and picky. Like I've never understood it, never gotten it. Z said all dudes, but that's the problem, little brother. We do listen to black men experiences. You refuse to hear them. They talk mess about their ex's kids. You've been a stepfather, or are you still in their lives? If you are, you're a good man. It's not enough for you. You're going to hear more brothers talking about mad cow mess. I don't think that's cool. And they play. I'm just going to be real. You got a lot of women here that they're not raising their kids really. Like at no point in time should a dude just like, be introduced to like the kids, and the kids is like throwing stuff, like just doing like whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. Like that's completely out of order. Because a man's job is to sit up there and to put things into order. irregardless on how it is that people want to sit up there and feel. And what inevitably happens with a lot of women that got kids, they'll sit up there and specifically tell you, like, yo, you better not, you better not touch my kid. That's my child. I'll sit up there and raise them. I'll sit up there and discipline them. I'll tell them what to do. You better not tell them what to do. You better not tell them they can't have this, they can't have that. You better not put them on punishment. Right. And again, I've heard stuff like that before as well. And I'm like, your kid is acting completely crazy at this moment in time, but you expect me to be here and to just shut up and to like just allow that. I'm like, you got it by yourself. I'm not doing that. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I told people before that I believe people who are single parents should be dating each other. People in the same situation should be dating other people in the same situation. That's just a bar. I don't care how people feel about it. It makes no sense. I don't care if you're a male or a female. And again, people can disagree with me all you want to. Single people who don't have kids should be dating single people who don't have kids. That's how that should work. That's how it should work. Right? People who have kids should be dating other people who have kids because you got a certain understanding that you don't got to teach nobody nothing. You don't gotta have no conversations because y'all both already know exactly what it is and how I go about the situation. But like I said, everybody want to sit up there and go on this whole thing of opposites attract. Nah, certain situations you need to be like a like should be attracting like. But again, people want to be picky. Just saying. Tippy said, I really think that single mothers and fathers should date more and get married. Rabbit said, single parents should date single parents. Cut said, women hate competition with other women. Z said, please, anybody disrespect your mom, we going to be fighting over here. Nobody disrespect mama, love mamas. That's bars. That's bars. 100% bars. 100% bars. You said, as a matter of fact, she's talking, I'm shutting up. Oh man. Tippy said, yeah, it makes sense. Rabbit says single mothers don't want to share resources with children from a previous relationship. D Money said, and don't want to have kids with a man is crazy work. Cut said, women don't want to compete with the baby mama of a man. That's the only reason why. Peter said that you rather go by what the Bible says. However, I don't have kids. I do believe that there are ways for kids to be handled. Okay, I get that. Z said, okay, then we're going to talk about the political part. You know, Gavin Newsom passed the Clover Law and is supposed to be weirdos, men and women, after the family, and she didn't go to jail or prison. I mean, I did that in a previous one. Tippy said that's not every single mother. Yeah, some think like that, but not all, right? Z said, but when Trump was in office for the first time, these women were going to prison. Let's just keep that a buck. Biden was in office. They got off scot-free. Democrats, let's be real. Like I said, for both sides, both parties are a part of the exact same thing. All of them like pizza parties. That's the best word that I might just have to sit up there and like label it like that or something. I might have to use a different terminology. A lot of the Democrats and the Republicans, people in government, they like fun houses. That's the wordage I'm going to start like using from now on to talk about that. They like going to fun houses. Oh, I said, right. She was trying to make you as a man, the other child, instead of respecting your place as a man in a relationship. She was diabolical for that. Yeah. I mean, it'd be like that, though. People said that's crazy word to say that. Cool Cat said people can date who they want and live and let live. People always want to say that up until something happens. D Money said, no, it's not. Who got kids in the chat? Z said, I don't understand these logics. All I know is what I heard people say. I don't know your mouth, and I realize it doesn't matter what state you're from. That's the same sick mentality with the bros. Well, I'm a little bit confused on that one. Tibby said it makes more sense to date a man with kids because both parents know. Yeah, they both know what time it is. Mo said, I feel a little bad. All this time I thought Seju was a virgin. This man, you and Gail, let me tell you. You wouldn't get. Oh my goodness. Tibby said, then you shouldn't be dating and acting like that, or better get the dad to discipline the children. Radio said, yep, both two wings of the same bird. Z said, we've been following and watching women get arrested for doing those things and going to jail or prison. You should look some up. We watch them speak and want sympathy. I'm saying no. What I'm sitting up there stating is that from all of the stories that I have covered, primarily, matter of fact, I was going to technically save this one for last, right? Okay, so to go on the perspective of, I'll save it for last. I'll save it for last because I want to get through these other videos, right? So let's just go to another topic because we've been talking for about 2 hours and like 34 minutes going through the comment section. So I got y'all. Let me just go through some of these videos, right? And I made sure to put this one together because this woman, she had a solo video, but the video underneath that you'll see playing is going to fit with what it is that she is talking about, right?
I'm glad that I never grew up in Jamaica, and I love the trend going around full of Jamaican women bleaching themselves out. So I'm glad that I grew up in America and have some self-love for myself, because if you gotta bleach out yourself just because someone said they don't like someone dark skinned, you got a lot to reflect and you got a lot of internalized hatred for yourself. That's why I just don't understand why, like, a lot of Jamaican folks have the most to say about others, but yet back home they have an epidemic of skin bleaching. And I'm saying this as a born and raised Jamaican person. So yeah, I'm just glad every day that I grew up in America and I grew to love myself in America, because I'm not bleaching out myself just because some duppy or junkro tell me they don't like anybody darker than them. Please.
So I want to give a shout out to that woman right there, and also a shout out to the women that she was around for the reason why it is that she loves herself, loves her skin, and everything of that nature. Because obviously, the woman at the bottom, you can clearly tell. Let me just go back. You can clearly tell that the woman at one point in time, she was darker. Look at that. Look at that change. Look at that change right there. The power of bleaching your skin, the shades of melanin that came directly off in order for her to be a light brown. Wow. Like I said, that's what self-hatred looks like. That is what self-hatred looks like. The woman up top, she's cute. The only thing that she would have to do, let me just mute the video as it plays, because I can see like a couple of marks. She needs to go to a black female dermatologist and have them assess the whole situation, and she probably needs to change her diet and probably stay away from a lot of things, and her skin will clear up, and she can get rid of the dark mark directly on her nose. I'm not sure if that's from glasses or something like that. Like I said, she's cute. Ain't nothing wrong there. And like I said, big ups to her for realizing the system that is in place that has a lot of melanated people hating the melanin that they have. Shout out to her. And shout out to the other people that invested time and energy and that showed a positive perception of what loving yourself looks like. Because like I said, I didn't cover this before when it deals with the islands, when it deals with Africa. I didn't cover this before. All of these other places can say that they're proud of their heritage, their culture, and everything like that, but they're not really that proud of their skin. They got some of the most beautiful complexions, the most deepest, darkest, melanated people directly there, and they suffer from the utmost self-hatred. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. But, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's crazy. D Money said that can't be the same person. No, the one at the bottom, it is the same person. Let me just pull it back real quick. So you see her right there, melanated, and then you see her right there as light. Same person, same person, same person, same part. It's I'm telling you, it's the same person. You can look at the nose and the lip ratio. It is the same person. Same person. Same person. So, it's crazy. And I like I said before, I've told a lot of melanated women like, yo, beautiful, da da da, all this other type of like good stuff. And yeah, I get told the opposite. Like I said, let me put it to you like, because what was that girl name? She was like me and them, whatever her name was, right? I've talked about countless times on this platform how I've spoken to black women, and as a black man, I've tried to instill value, respect, and try to tell black women like, yo, you're beautiful and all this other type of stuff. Like, look at your skin and all, right? All of the great, positive reinforcement and all that other type of stuff. What I would commonly hear from black women or the black girls during the time of when I was younger, they would tell that they're ugly, that they don't hate their skin, that they don't like their features. And again, this is a black man here sitting up there telling them. And I'm getting told I'm wrong. No, I'm going to tell you what I am. I'm going to tell you that I'm ugly. I'm this, I'm that. I need surgery, all this other type of. So this is, like I said before, too many times throughout life, I've literally done this. I've even done this directly within my own family. And I've still had women, black women, telling me the opposite thing. And I've tried to point this out directly to black women. And then I'll try to do this, and then I'll get black women telling me, but you're trying to say something, but it's all of y'all fault that we feel this way. Y'all the ones that told us that we weren't good enough, that we're ugly, that you didn't like our color, that we need to do this, that we need to be. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, it don't matter what example I can bring up. It's my fault. You got it. It'd be man, brother. Man, crazy work. It, man, is diabolical out here. Let me tell you something. Crazy. Like I said, there's nothing I can do though. Nothing I can do. You said, what do you have to say about Cardi B, who is a Dominican, a white Dominican who goes and gets melanin shots to look darker to make money off of it? I don't have nothing to say because I'm not somebody that primarily buys Cardi B records and that on all this other type of. You got black women that sit up there and do this. I've talked about Cardi B and how she sat up there and called darker melanated women or black women roaches. I literally put that directly out there from her own words, from her own live stream or whatever video it was. So again, I'm not the one that's sitting up there buying up Cardi B records and listening to her streams and making her a millionaire. That's not black men doing that. So that, again, that's not my problem. It's nothing I can do about that. Women have to fix that. I can't do nothing with that, right? Y'all sit up there and tell me that as a black man, I need to focus in on black men, all of the negative rap and all this other type of stuff and the ripping and running. I do that, right? I do that. I listen to y'all and I sit up there and do that. I highlight that stuff. But then y'all bring up a whole nother issue and be like, yo, so what about this? What do you got to say? What do you want me to sit up there and say? I'm not in control of that. I don't make like a Megan Thee Stallion, a Cardi B, a Nicki Minaj. I don't make them money. I don't make them rich. It's other women that enable them and make them rich, and primarily be black women. Because when I show off these concerts, I see seas of black women all there at those concerts. So that's not my problem. There's nothing I can do about that. If I sit up there and decide to tell black women like, yo, you guys are beautiful, you don't need makeup, all this other type of stuff, I'll have black women sit up there and tell me, shut up. Okay, so I'm going to shut up. So now when I shut up and I listen, black women are like, oh, why aren't you saying nothing about this? Why don't you black men sit up there and give us compliments? Why y'all always giving compliments to other women? Which one? What am I supposed to do? If I listen and stand still, I'm wrong. If I'm talking and I'm giving positive reinforcement, I'm wrong. If I'm giving critiques and I'm giving solutions on how to fix it, I'm wrong. I can go to three different angles, three different speeds. I, as a black man, I am wrong no matter what I do. So what do you want me to do? If all I'm hearing is that, yo, you're doing this wrong, you're saying this wrong, you're going about it wrong, the way that you're pointing out this is wrong, you're critiquing black women, that's wrong, you're bringing up black women, that's wrong, you're trying to help black women fix themselves, and you're trying to, that's wrong. So this is why when I sat up there and did videos and I was primarily showcasing white women and certain things out there, I would get people in my comments like, do you like white women? Why are you always, talking about white women and showing them off and using them for an example? Are you somebody that's interested? Are you swirls? Do you this? Do you that? You're a fake black. Nothing I can do. It's just it's nothing I can sit up there and do, man. This man crazy. This man was like, Seji, why you sound like a victim? I'm a victim of circumstance. That's that's what it is. That's what it be, man. It's crazy out here. Z said, I'll do Seji sound like a victim. You're not making it. No. He was joking. DC was joking because that's primarily the main thing that white folks would come up on and decide to state whenever I'm talking about certain topics. Like, why do you blacks always want to be victims? Why do you sound like victims? Get out the victim and it's that main thing. It's like a running joke. JK said Cardi B literally has only one record. She ain't never even came out with her second album. I don't understand how she still is an artist with no real discography. Features will do a lot of good stuff for you, let me tell you, because she was up there with Tekashi 6ix9ine, and that song was hot. Z said, I said, how do Seji sound like a victim? He's trying to teach something here. Gail said she looks like she plays for the other team with her new skin. Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. D Money said facts. Cardi B, Nicki get zero play in my crib. Tippy said, well, a lot of black dudes praise white women a lot, like Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley. How Tippy? Now we just went to wrestling. Tippy, let's be honest here. Whenever we look at wrestling, right? No matter what state it's in, we always see, let's be honest here, we always see a sea of white faces directly out there. It's always a sea of white faces. You'll see a sprinkle of black dudes out there. So when I go online and I happen to see like a Rhea Ripley or a Liv, I happen to see primarily white men that are bigging them up. White men that got collages, white men that are sitting up there saying like their bodies are perfect and all this. They're the one pedestalizing them. 9 times out of 10. I haven't really run into the black guys that are doing it. And usually if those are the dudes that are doing it, they're more than likely into white girls. All right. That's that 1%. But the whole rest of the majority of men that are doing this are everybody that's not black. Come on, Tippy. Come on, Tippy. Let me see. What did RY said? Some women cannot be helped no matter what you do. They're never satisfied in somebody therapy. Most said, is that all? Tippy Sham said, took me forever to get home. The weather is terrible, but I am back. All right. Happy that you made it home safe and sound. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tippy said, black women doing that. Too Funny said, LOL. Z said, no. I'm not saying that black men. I said black people. I get tired of seeing these sisters bigging her up, and she's been calling us cockroaches. I ain't never liked that chick, but I'm just one person. You also said, I meant to say the same thing. I was just saying that how are some of these women want to get themselves darker so they can still be around black people. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Too Funny said, I have a few black friends on Facebook that do amateur wrestling. That's dope. It's pretty dope. Z said, I'm not talking about that part, Seji. You going off on the deep end. I'm talking about people who try to look a certain way. Is it because of what you call a cancer culture or cancel culture? I think you're saying. Sham said, I need some eggs for the week. Them egg prices are killer. Yeah, they are. They $8 for a dozen. Woo! That's diabolical. D Money said black men were defending Bianca for being on the cover of 2K. And the funny part is, one of my favorite female wrestlers, because I think she looks dope, she looks great, no matter what she wears, is Jade Cargill. She looks great. That's just, like I said, that's just me. That is just me. Like I said, I don't know who does like the makeup, the costumes, the hair and everything. Like everything is on point every single time. I'm like, man. Like I said, I don't know what be happening there. I'm like, that's crazy. That's some crazy work, right? She looks great every time. every time. What was it? Z said, "I'm not asking if it's your problem. I'm just saying, what do you think of that? I just throw in someone who wants to steal black. I mean, I've talked about a lot of these artists before, like just like I've listed Zeus TV. I've said that black women should not support that because it's a negative look. It's negative stuff that they want to throw directly out there. I've talked about black women need to sit up there and cancel that and just get off of that. But like I said, nobody's going to sit up there and listen to that. You got black women and you got people in the LGBT who primarily watch Zeus TV and all of that nonsense directly out there and watch black women make fools over themselves for a couple of trinkets, for a couple of ducats. You said, but I was talking about the fact that it was a Jamaican singer, Spice, who was the one that was calling out the sisters bleaching their skin, and like that, she let it be known in a positive way. You said, why you my little brother, I ain't ever over here doing that woman crap. All I know is that no. So let me just rephrase. Let me just pull it back real quick. When I happen to respond to comments, I also respond to the things that I've heard directly over the years, directly in the comment sections. So I'll respond to a comment and then I'll segue into other things that people have basically heard or discussions or topics that people have, brought up in all these other types of things. So all of that will get jumbled, a lot of times into a response. This is how we're, on here for about 2 hours and 50 minutes. And I still got several videos left to go directly over, stuff like that. Tibby said black wrestling fans were defending her. D Money said, I love Jade. Yeah, same here. The storm is coming. Let me tell you. Z said, Seiji, that's the problem. You're not supposed to be trying to fix nothing for black women. If they can't figure it out, that's their problem. That's not a black man's issue. And this is how come it all goes wrong. Like I said, this is how I work, right? As a man, right? If people tell me that there's a problem or a situation and you're letting it be known to me, because obviously I was oblivious, I wasn't aware to it, I wasn't focused on it. If you're making me aware, if you're telling me, that means that you want me to fix it. That means that you want me to do something about it. It's like being in a relationship and you got your girl or your wife tells you like, yo, I think like the door hinge is like a little bit squeaky. If they're putting you on notice of a problem that you might have been oblivious to, that means that, yo, I need you to fix this. That's basically what a woman is saying. That's what your girlfriend is saying. It's like, yo, I think the hinge is a little bit loose on the cabinet door. That means that she wants you to sit up there and fix it. I think the basement floor is a little bit wet because the AC is leaking. That means that she wants you to look at it, assess the situation, and fix it. So anytime I happen to hear black women tell me like, yo, Seiji, like, what about this? That means that you're bringing it to my awareness because obviously I wasn't focused on it. That means you want me to fix it. Because if you don't, then you wouldn't bring it up for me to really, do anything about. Like I said, I can only tell you from the perspective of a man. That's the best way I can sit up there and explain it. Again, this is something that, maybe a lot of women don't understand, but, I don't know. You later said that what she needs to do is learn how to find herself and stop looking for a man to tell her anything. But we call these types of women pick-me's. Mo says, shout out to the street prophets. Sham said, I like to see more uplifting stuff about black people because even though I was raised in the ghetto, black folks still have class, family, and history. That's facts. D Money said, we want the smoke. Z said, that's not up to you to fix black women. She got to fix her own self and figure it out. I ain't never asked a man to tell me what or how to fix it. He can't change me. I have to change me. No, that's facts. I agree with you. I 100% agree. But, trying to get a lot of other women directly on that same line of thinking, nigh impossible. JK said that's exactly how Cardi B got famous, by acting ratchet on reality TV. So they rewarded her with a rap career so she could teach other women how to be ratchet. Yeah. Tibby said, no, Seiji, it's those black dudes who invited Cody Rhodes to the cookout. Those black dudes, praise them. They are traitors. Tibby said, all right, I'll drop it. My bad, y'all. Gail said they can't handle the truth. Sham said, mods, that's how I feel about it as a black woman. If I bring it up, it means I need your help for sure. Z said, Cardi B ain't no star. She's starving. Right? So, all right. So we finally caught up to all the comments. Now, I can go to the next video, and this is primarily going to have to do with the whole thing of black Americans with Africans dealing with the whole 9 yards. So we're going to go through. Matter of fact, before we get there, there was another video in between there, so I'm going to put this up there first, just to go into the whole main conversation that we've heard before. So I'm going to let y'all look at this, and we'll figure it out.
Believe in going 50-50.
It depends on the situation.
The situation?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for a man who's already got his situation together. So instead of asking me 50-50,
Right.
he would already have a role for me set out.
Right.
So,
Can I be more specific? Because I know it's a general question. Because I know 50-50, you're assuming that it's a man with a bum mentality coming in and saying, you got to get half and I got to get half.
I just think financial.
So let me be more specific, like a man in my category, right? I'm a teacher, I'm a special education teacher. I make $70K, right? So as a woman in your occupation and what you do, if I told you I make $70K, would you want to go in joint in collaboration with me on taking care of the responsibilities of the household? Or, no, let me finish my question. Or would you be comfortable with living under my income?
Honestly, for me, even when I went to school, it was all based off of finances. So I took time. I really studied. I followed doctors.
Right.
I followed different types of people. And I
Right.
made sure that whatever I invested in and took out debt for, it
Right.
would be worth it in the end.
Of course.
So I'm looking for a partner that used the same type of diligence
Yeah.
to pick his career.
Right.
So I feel like I'm already accustomed to a certain
Yeah.
quality of life.
Can I be real specific?
Yeah.
So if I say I make $70K and I'm a teacher, you would say to me that that's not enough for you to afford the lifestyle that you want.
I mean, if we took it back in the day, my dad would be like, can you afford her the lifestyle that we've already afforded for her?
Okay, so to that end, I'm just going to simply state this. That woman right there, because I don't know where she's from, that woman that has those locks right there, she is for a white man. I don't know how else to sit up there and state it. I could very possibly be wrong. But if you're going to sit up there and state that, hey, your father basically afforded you all the riches in the world, so then you're going to like the guy that you want to date, and you're going to use that logic. Well, if my father gave me a kingdom, like, can you afford this kingdom? What are we doing here? So why not just be with your father? Why not just stay with him for the rest of your life and don't sit up there and look for a suitor? Like, I don't even understand it. This dude literally says he deals with kids every day. He is a teacher. He does the hardest job in the United States, bar none. He has to raise other people's kids and make sure that they're going to be stable, able adults. She popped her balloon on this guy. So he's proficient in dealing with kids. He's okay with dealing with kids, either his or maybe if you're a woman that came from a relationship and you got kids, he's fine with doing that. But she's like, nah, basically, I'm in debt. I done spent all of this money for my career, and I'm used to the finer things in life. And you basically being a teacher and dealing with kids, your income is not suitable for me. It's not going to sit up there and work out. What are we doing? What are we doing? Because last time I checked, I always hear a lot of women that hear guys, they want a guy that's family oriented. They want a guy that can sit up there and be a great father and all. What are we doing? I'm just trying to figure out, what did this guy say that was so wrong? What did he say that was so wrong that she needed to pop her balloon? He wasn't disrespectful. He kept the same tone, the whole thing. He didn't try to take jabs or shots. He tried to further dissect the conversation so that it can be simplified, so that not only could he understand, but she can understand, and he can come to a middle ground. She didn't even want to make it to the middle ground. She was like, you're broke. You can't afford me. That's all I heard. I'm just going to be real. That's all I heard. So let me just pull this real quick. Let me just go back to the brother. Let me just see something. Right. So this is the brother, right? This dude is a teacher. He works with kids. What's problematic? He got his own money. He told you he's not a bum. In order for him to be a teacher, he had to go through some type of school and some type of education. He's sacrificing money in order to raise kids. Huh? Is that not a proper adult? Would that not be a beneficial person, a beneficial man to create a family with, raise a family with? Somebody that understands sacrifice and that's going to make do with whatever it is that he got in order to get to that final point? That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. That is 100% crazy work. But like I said, this is where we are. That is where we are. You got a man here that can more than likely do some things there, but the other woman there that is more educated, that has this money and all this other type of stuff, she's like, nah. I date up. I'm not dating somebody below me or at the same level. I'm dating above you. You're not qualified. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's crazy work. So let's go to the next video.
Americans, or why Africans dislike African Americans. Let's talk about it. As an African myself, I'm going to talk about this because it's a personal experience I have seen with the African American community. I myself, I've been in the US for about 12 years. Ever since I've been here, not one African American has been welcoming to me. They've always been so judgy. They're giving me the side eye look every time I talk, every time I open my mouth. You guys are like, huh, huh. You guys fail to understand that I have like 5 different languages that are playing in my head, and English doesn't happen to be one of them. When I first came to America, I didn't know how to say hi. I didn't know how to say hello. I didn't even know how to introduce my name. I didn't even know how to count from 1 to 10. Instead of you guys welcoming me because we have the same skin color, you guys want to bully me.
Oh, let me pause it. I do understand that the audio, I tried to do my best in order to heighten the audio and to cancel out a lot of the noise in the background so that we can just isolate her voice. But the audio was just so terrible on this first video that she had that there was nothing I can do. But we do have the subtitles directly up there. So, yeah.
I want to talk about how much I smell, how much I don't know how to shower. I'm new to the country. I don't know what you guys are using. The only thing I was used to it was water, soap, and powder. And if that's not that bad to you, where you have to sit next to me in a classroom and all you did was this, my bad. But that was very, very good. In high school or in life in general, you guys don't want to get into groups. You guys don't want to partner up with us. You guys, even if we do partner up with you guys, you don't want to hear what we have to say. We always feel left out. We're so scared to talk around you because it's so hard for you to even understand us or even pay attention to what we're actually saying to you. When a white person cannot understand what you're saying, all they say that is this: "Hey, I notice your accent. Where are you from? Your accent is so beautiful. Where are you from?" And when you tell them where you're from, how many languages you speak, and why you struggle to speak English, they're so happy. They're so excited. You know how hard it is to learn a language that you knew nothing about? In a year, I'm talking, I'm introducing myself. I'm going to the store, I'm doing a lot of stuff on my own. You know how hard that is? One thing that really, really gives me an ick about the African American people is when you guys have a problem with somebody. You want to throw in somebody's whole family. You want to talk about how you're going to unalive the whole family. You want to get your whole family to come and fight, start this whole drama over a little misunderstanding because somebody skipped you in line at a grocery store, or somebody took something that was just the only item that was there and you wanted it and that person wanted it. You want to talk about how when you get to the car, you're going to shoot that person. Come on now. Let's be mindful and very professional. You guys are so loud. You guys are very, very mean. You don't consider how other people feel. You just put your feelings first before you even think about any situation. But there's no way you're very willing to shoot me outside a grocery store parking lot because I took too long to pay because I couldn't understand what the cashier said. There's no way at work I'm opening my food because it doesn't smell like the food you usually eat and you're like this. There is no way. That is so disrespectful. There's no way any problem you have with somebody, you're gonna mention how much gun you have in your car. You guys live like you don't care about what happens tomorrow. You wanna fight, you wanna go to jail, you don't care. I care about my life, I care about what's on my background, so I'm not gonna be involved with people who actually don't care about going to prison, about being arrested for for assault, for fighting, for just hurting people. There's no way I'm gonna be around those people. It's not me. We feel, and I saw this person ask, why do we talk to white people? And why do we talk to white people in the US? White people actually understand this. What makes you different? They also only speak English. You only speak English too. They understand us because they actually listen. You guys are just loud for no reason. You just screaming, jumping around for no reason. You don't listen. Like you don't listen to listen. You listen to talk. This is my own opinion why I do not like African American people. I don't speak for everybody.
Okay, so we heard like I said, you hear nothing but negative. This is the thing. It don't even matter if you're American. If you have a body odor or a scent, if anybody here who was Black American has ever taken public transportation, you've more than likely opened, cracked some windows. You might have, moved to the back or to the front of the bus, whatnot, or whatever. It don't matter who it is. If there's a smell there, people are going to sit up there and move. People are going to say something directly about it or whatnot or whatever. You're going to get offended, knowing the fact that you're African, knowing the fact of how it is that you decide to bathe or whatnot, whatever. You want to get offended because people are raising up their shirt or whatnot, whatever. You want to get offended and say that it's disrespectful because people are covering their faces because of the smell of your food. Yo, if it smells, it smells. Like, what are we talking about? Chitlins, to me, chitlins smell. I don't like the smell of chitlins, but hey, if the family happens to eat it, it's nothing I can sit up there and do about it. The whole house is going to sit up and smell like chitlins. That don't, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, everything that she is talking about, you heard some normalcy between Black people in the Black community doing the exact same thing too. I'm like, what are we even talking about here? What are we talking about here? Like, I got here, I wasn't even able to speak English, all this other type of stuff that I had to learn this and that. And English ain't even, really on my mind. I got like 5 different languages, but yet you up here and you're in the United States. Why are you here? Why are you here? This is what I don't understand when it deals with people who are African that come here. Like I keep trying to tell y'all, why do you run from where it is that you are from? Come to America to live a better life. You want to mix and mingle in with Black Americans. Y'all want to assume the culture. Y'all want to assume the clothes, how it is that we talk and speak and all this other type of stuff. And then you want to turn around and you want to start talking bad about us, but you're not going to put yourself amongst white people to show how different you are. You're not going to just solely, let me be African to live amongst white people. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. Just trust me. I done seen it too many. You're not going to do that. You're going to be in Black areas. You're going to be where it is that you can match in because you don't want to be looked at or picked out as being different. Crazy work. And then y'all got the nerve to turn around and start talking bad about us on social media. And the only videos that y'all really got that start blowing up is when y'all do videos like this. That's crazy work. But I'm like, y'all got a culture, y'all got a nation, y'all got a language, all of this other type of stuff. But seemingly enough, things really start popping when you start talking madness about Black people. Interesting. Sounds like every other culture directly out here. How everybody gets paid to talk negatively about Black Americans. Crazy work. But again, you would not be able to live and be here if it wasn't for us. Somebody call ICE. Somebody call ICE and get her up out of here. Get this woman up out of here. I don't know where she came from. I forgot which African nation she stated. Get her up out of here. Somebody call ICE. I'm dead serious. 1-800-ICE. That's what we're doing. Like I said, the disrespect out here is at an all-time high, and it's ridiculous. I shouldn't be looking at somebody with the same skin complexion that want to get on social media and start talking bad about Black Americans. And then somebody has to explain to me how it is that she's talking. You'll hear it in the other 2 videos that I have. When she starts talking, you would swear that she's not even African. You would swear she's not even African. But again, we're going to keep going. Let's keep going because it's going to get worse. Let me see. Which one do I want to do? Do I want to give y'all the Republican version or do I want to do the other version? Let me see which one is
Why
next.
African?
Let me see.
Why?
Okay. So let me get rid of that one right there. And then I got to upload the other one here. Let me see what that one looks like. Okay. So we got to get the second video. Let me see. The hair was down. Is that the larger question? Yeah. I think that's the one that I'm looking for right there. Let me just put that one up there.
This girl say,
Right? Okay, so we got that one. So let me give y'all the Trump version, right?
this comment says, if you're white, I would assume you're a Trump supporter from how you talk. How did you know? I am 100% a Trump supporter.
Somebody call ICE.
Why? I don't have a problem with Trump and the way he does things. If you do good things and actually care about yourself,
She
I'm
sound like
sure
Cardi B.
Trump is not. It's not gonna like be a problem to you. It's those people who are always getting in trouble, always doing a lot of crimes that actually hate Trump.
Tell me she don't sound like Cardi
I don't
B.
care.
But she African.
What makes Trump any different? Is it because he's a white president? I love Trump. I support Trump. Even the last years Trump didn't win president, I cried. I love Trump. I don't care what you say. I love Trump. I'm gonna support Trump. I actually like the idea that Trump is deporting people who are here, who came here illegally. You get it? If you came here the right way, Trump, you have no problem with Trump. If you stay out of violence, if you don't commit murders, you don't do all those crimes, Trump has no problem with you. Because the way you guys live your life is the reason why you're so afraid of supporting Trump. I love Trump because I have nothing to hide.
She was like, I love Trump because I have nothing to hide. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. ICE. Dun 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 ting dun 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 dun. What are we doing here? What are we doing? And these are the same people that want to come through and they want to start talking bad about Black Americans. What are we doing? Why are you here? 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 And then on top of that, it seems I want to basically say that more than likely she seems to be a single mother because I sat up there and looked and I see her with a child. And I didn't just so happen to gather a man in the picture. So I'm like, how does that happen? How does a proud woman from an African nation come directly to the United States, end up being a statistic? How does that work out? And then you got the nerve to sit up there and try to talk and badmouth about Black Americans. How does that happen? How? Where they do that at? What? You can't tell me that the brainwashing is that deep that you're going to willfully just fall into a trap. Like you're what? What are we doing here? That is crazy. That is diabolical work. Somebody said, is she from a Spanish speaking or a Portuguese area in Africa? Maybe, because at a certain point in time in the video, she starts sounding like Cardi B. I'm like, didn't you say that you're from Africa, like Nigeria or some shit? How are you sitting up to sound like Cardi B or something? Like, I'm like, what is this? I'm like, are you sure you don't got the two continents confused or something? Because I'm like, you sound a real Cardi B like. Sound a real Cardi B like. That's crazy to me. That is crazy. Somebody said, don't laugh at her. I am laughing all the way. Laughing all the way. You said that I'm rude. Okay, no problem. That's your opinion. Of course, you're about to start coming with all of this. Yo, bro, let me just tell you something. I don't care what religion you believe in. You start trying to spam this and start trying to talk about like, yo, I'm about to bring people over to the yo, you're about to get blocked real quick. I'm just gonna let you know. Because like I told people before, I don't really try to be preachy. I don't really try to, do a lot of those things. I really try not to, because I have a faith and a belief that people should be able to select whatever religion or belief that they have. And whoever that they decide to, kneel to, please don't do that. That is your last. If I roll through here and see it, I'm promising you, God is not going to be able to help you when I block you and put you in the shadow realm. Even in space, your screams will not be heard. Like I said, and that's me being respectful, even though I don't have to be. Even though I do not have to be. Equatorial Guinea is one that was colonized by the Spanish, right? You said, I'm a Latina. Nothing about her is Spanish. She's African. She loves America. She loves our president, Donald Trump. Go MAGA. Who cares that you're Latin? What does that have to do with the conversation? The conversation is about how Africans talk negatively about Black Americans. You being Latin has no bearing on any situation. It has no bearing on the situation. Like, I'm about to be so disrespectful in about 5 seconds. I keep pulling up to the scene, just like telling me stuff I didn't ask for. Like I didn't ask for. I don't care what God you believe in. I don't care if you like Trump or don't like Trump. I don't care what nationality you are. If I did not specify and specifically ask you, don't give me more information than I care to know about. Keep it to yourself. Uh-oh, we got another block. Look at that. Look at that. It's crazy work. Oh, diabolical, SpongeBob. You got blocked. So you can come in and try again, though. No problem. You thought this was Twitch. You thought that the person talking ain't paying attention to the stream. Stream is directly in front of my face. Other people can't really see what you're typing because I don't really put it on screen because I know a lot of y'all are stupid like that. We got you, though, to the Shadow Realm, SpongeBob, with you and Patrick being butt buddies forever in total darkness. SpongeBob. Yeah, we got you. No problem. Tell Squidward I said what's up. We got you. No problem. No problem. Try it again, though. Try it again. If you think I ain't really paying attention, we got you. We got you. Radio said they just typed. Yeah, they did. That, like I said, that's what they normally do, either by bots or actual white folks. This is what they tend to sit up there and do when the attention is not specifically on them. They want to do things like this in order to get people to, give them attention and whatnot. Crazy work. That's crazy work. But you got the Latin woman up there that said that she loves Trump. You the same one that voted for your own people to get deported. Where's she at? Hold on, let me get that comment. Where did you go? Let me. Where did you go? I gotta go back up to you now. Let me see this. I gotta really highlight you to any Latins that are currently here at this moment in time that are watching this live stream. This person here that decided to leave this comment, she is the reason that some of your family and you yourself included are being deported at this moment in time. She said that she is a Latin woman and she loves Trump. Go MAGA. She said that. So again, to Latin individuals, your own people have doomed you, has sent you right back to where once that you came from, where it is that you ran from. You wanted to come to America for a better life, and they sent you right back packing. Like I said, it has nothing to do with Black Americans. This has everything to do with people who look like you. It be like that. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Now let's go to the third video of which this woman had directly up.
You came to our home. You're clearly anti-Black, as if expected Black Americans to kiss your. Y'all are out of your minds. We know what you are. First of all, let me correct you for a second.
Notice the mannerisms of a Black woman in America.
It doesn't mean you're from America. Originally, where you're from is where your ancestors came from, or your grandparents. We all know that most of the African American came here through slavery. Honestly, to be honest, all of you are just confused. You clearly don't even know where you're actually from. Instead of being so rude and always thinking somebody's trying to attack you for speaking about their personal experience, be kind and actually learn about cultural differences, because you might be from where I'm from and we might be the same people, but because you don't listen to actually listen, you listen to just talk, you're never gonna listen. Right now, if Trump was to say, you know what, everybody go where you came from, where are you gonna go?
Okay, so let me just pause it right there because we do got a little bit left on the video. For any Black American that is here right now, right? If Trump were to say that, hey, everybody in America is about to get deported, I need everybody that's a Black American to type where it is that you will be deported to. I need everybody to type it because I'm about to sit up there and type it myself. Let me just do this. Let me make sure to type this in all caps. That's it. That's where I'm going. Born and raised, grew up. So what are we talking? Like this is what I'd be sitting up there talking about. This is what I'll be sitting up there talking about when you got these people coming over from Africa and other places, always questioning black people, talking about, oh, where you really from? Like, okay, that's cool that your grandmother and your grandparents are from here, but where are their parents from? Right? And then you answer that, and they're like, no, but where are they from? And then they just keep going. That's some crazy. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. They really be getting online, really thinking that they schooling black people. Like, no, y'all don't understand. Y'all ain't really from like America. None of y'all really are. Y'all are actually from more than likely the same place that I'm from. This is the difference, sweetheart. You ran here and got pregnant and became a statistic. We didn't sit up there and do that. You don't see us running from America to go to Africa to become what, Nigerian? You don't see us doing that. You don't see us doing that. You got the rare few black people that are like, all right, I got my ancestry. I might be like Ghanaian, so I'm going to go back there and basically see what it's like, directly over there. You got the few that do it. You don't have 40 million black folks doing that. We're not running from America. We're fighting for every single thing that we got here. While y'all are coming here to try to assume the throne, to try to take that. What are we doing here? What are we really doing here? It's crazy to me to see somebody that is African in nature and blood try to tell me as a black American that you don't know where you come from. What? I'm like, okay, if that's the case, then you don't actually, who you are is not who you say you are. Because some of your countries were not actually identified and named up until recently. So what are we talking about? Y'all been having so many internal cultural wars and whatnot or whatever. How do you actually know what you are? In certain areas, y'all don't even actually have birth dates. Everybody's birth date is like January 1st. What are we doing? Y'all got areas in Africa where you can go and swap the actual dates on your birth certificate. That's how broken your system is. You can't do that here. If somebody was born in 1974, I can't sit up there and go to the Secretary of State or the court system and be like, no. I was born in 2003. What? They're not doing that foolishness. Y'all can do that, though. Or you can just show up with no paperwork and claim whatever age, because they're not going to carbon date you or whatever it is. They're not going to do that. Like I said, this is crazy. But let's continue. Let's continue.
Let me give you an example. I wasn't born here. I came here when I was little. If I have kids, if I'm here for so long and I happen to pass away, my kids are gonna be like, oh, I am African American. I was born here, I was raised here, but clearly they know they're African, like their roots is African. They're from Africa. So if I were to ask you, where are you actually really from? Where are you actually, like, really from? You wouldn't know. So don't come in here talking about, oh, you in my home. You clearly want me to kiss. No, you don't have to kiss my ass, because you kissing my ass, that's not gonna bring food to my table.
You see the confidence that she has every single time that she ends a video like she was really doing something. You're not this brave, and you're not speaking from your own homeland, being around your own people, being in like some destitute situation where you're barely not making nothing. You're not that brave to sit up there and talk from there. You're brave when you got a home and a spot in America where you're coming here with a clean slate. You don't got the history. That's why a lot of Africans don't really care about the history with black Americans and the United States, because they're like, well, we're above it. We don't have the same exact thing, whatnot, or whatever. You guys are just victims. You guys just stick on this and stick on that. That's because a lot of y'all probably don't even remember or even know about y'all history. Just to be real, a lot of y'all are still colonized. A lot of y'all are still owned by Europe. You still suffer a lot of corruption and everything like that, dealing with your political officials, dealing with voting. But you got the nerve to sit up there and come through and try to talk about black Americans and tell us what it is and that's some diabolical work. This is the reason that black Americans have a problem and an issue with those coming from elsewhere, because y'all refuse to respect us when you come directly into our homes. You done got way too comfortable as if you made this happen, as if you just got it from the mud. You ain't get it from nothing. The government is literally handing stuff to you, just like they did with the Cubans. But you think that you're different though. You think that you just, dotted your I's and crossed your T's. You think you was just really that type of person. If you was really that type of person, you really had that ingenuity, then you would be uplifting and creating everything that you're doing here over back home. You wouldn't even need America to do it. But guess what you do? You're fleeing, you're running. You will leave Africa and go directly to Australia. You go to Japan, you'll go to China. You will be going to Britain. You will go to areas of Canada. You'll go to the United States. You can magically be great everywhere else, but you can never be great at home. How is that? That's some crazy work. And then you want to sit up and try to shine a spotlight on Black Americans as if we didn't literally get stuff from the grave. And I mean the grave. Because of the history, the amount of sacrifices, the bloodshed and tears that have been placed here in order for us to succeed. That also enabled you to come from wherever it is that you came from in order to be here, in order for you to even move your mouth and make the videos that you're making at this moment in time. If we never existed in America, guess what? You doing this video, sweetheart, would not even be a thing. You would be talking about stuff back home and nobody would care. Nobody would care. Nobody would bust a move. Nobody would even make a rebuttal video. But because you're here in America and you decided that you made it so big that you want to start talking about Black Americans, here we are. That's some crazy work. So let's see the roll call that we got real quick. We got some people of we got Texas, we got America. Okay. We got California, we got down south. Of course, me with Detroit, Dallas, Texas, Wisconsin. GA, aka Georgia, Tallahassee, Florida. We got Cali, Los Angeles, California again. Florida, we got Brooklyn from Virginia. America again, American Indian, Michigan. What else we got? We got Colorado in the building. North Carolina, Colorado again. So like I said before, we got Black Americans that have grown up here historically. Their lineage is here or maybe even in another state. It ain't from Africa. And I keep trying to tell people, like, people got to understand that there has to be some thing going on where everybody in the world is focusing in on Black. Out of all of the groups on the planet, everybody has literally come together and be like, yo, Black Americans, you're not actually from America. You're from here. Like I said before, everybody's in cahoots. Everybody knows the history of Black Americans except for Black Americans, and nobody finds that to be weird. Nobody finds that to be weird. All these Africans trying to tell Black Americans you're not American. People from the islands, you're not American. Africans going to Britain, to the UK, and going to Australia, going to everywhere. All of these people, including white folks and Asians, y'all not Americans. What? Like I said, no, and Black Americans don't find that suspicious. Nobody finds that all right. I guess it's just me. I guess I'm just I'm just gonna be the only one directly in that bucket thinking that it's weird. Just gonna be the only person. Right? So now we're gonna go directly to a more serious topic. And this is something that I wanted to cover before, and you got a woman here. I'm probably going to do a solo video about this a little bit later in order to get this directly out there. But let me just preface this by saying that you have this mother here, and I didn't put up the large text that is up there. She decided to do it. You're going to have this mother that's going to explain how it is that her son is in the school and how the school system and the police are trying to criminalize her son, who is 7, and trying to state that he quote unquote SA'd another individual in that school who is Caucasian. And then we got 2 videos dealing with this. So let's get into it.
So the police just showed up to my house about my 7-year-old son. That's right, my Black son. The school is called Crystal Lakes Elementary. Hear me again. Crystal Lakes Elementary. The teacher's name is Mrs. Donnie. Now, I'm not going to put the principal's name out there for reasons on TikTok, but the teacher's name is Mrs. Donnie. So 2 months ago, hear me good, 2 months ago, I received a call from the principal saying that there was an incident at the school between my son and another student. But she couldn't display the information over the phone. Reasons, I don't know if there's like a code reason for the district. Like I said, I don't know the logistics of it, but that's what she said. I grew suspicious and I kept asking my son what happened, and he just froze and he just said, Mom, I don't know. I don't know. So I continued to email the teacher. I asked her, please, can you talk to me? So finally, after 6 attempts, she finally gets on the phone, okay? And she tells me that my son allegedly touched and was, or touching himself in front of another student. And this little girl went and told the teacher, which is Miss Donnie, and she had to report it to the front office. So I began to ask questions because I said, well, I'm sorry, this never happened before. We've lived in this neighborhood for years. This has never happened. Can you give me an explanation as to why this girl feels that my son at her? So the teacher begins and continues basically saying, oh, well, the kids are not really allowed to hug each other like that. And I said, well, I've never heard of that. I said, my son is very affectionate. And I said, he hugs everybody, boys and girls. I said, that's how my son is. So I said, can you explain why the kids are not allowed to hug each other? I've never heard of that. And out of all the schools that I've had my son in, because, you know, as a single mom, sometimes you have to move. And like I said, the other schools, I've never had any report that my son has done anything like this, or the kids weren't allowed to touch each other. No. So I can tell that it sounds to me like she was trying to accommodate these racist parents that have their children there. And when the parents heard that the child most likely was black, in my opinion, that's when things escalated. Check this out. So 2 months went by. Didn't hear anything else about it. Nothing, not a peep, right? This morning, today, ahora, the police of Palm Beach County show up to my house about my child and had to talk to my son. Now, this wasn't about no touching. They're saying he's this white girl. Huh? So I allowed for my son to talk to the officer, because I started to say, well, no, maybe we need to talk to an attorney. What are our rights? And he said, no. He said, I have to take a statement from him, or he's not allowed to come back to the school campus. What? I told my son to go in the house. I stepped out on the porch, and I was crying so bad. And mind you, this officer is black. He turned off his recording, and he said, ma'am, if that were me and that were my child, I would remove my child from that school. Have a nice day. I will contact the school, and I do have to provide the statement to the school, and they will let you know what the further, I guess whatever the technical stuff he was talking about, that the school most likely will follow up with me. At this point, I really don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm not from here. I'm from Chicago. We don't go through no shit like that. We don't, because most of the white kids that are, if their parents are racist, those kids are in private schools. Okay, that's Cook County. Those kids are in private school. We don't even have to, white kids in Chicago don't have to worry about blending with us, because we live in a whole different, the inner city on the south side and the west side is completely different. You hear?
Right, so we're able to hear that, right? So the main interesting part about this is that, she is directly on, TikTok, and she had a second video, which I'm about to show you. And she stated that, she tried to put all of the larger platforms aware of the situation that is specifically, happening. Because I'm like, that's a little bit weird to me. I'm like, so how all of a sudden, like magically, this little white girl out of nowhere, when it deals with this black male student, magically out of nowhere is like, oh yeah, he was doing this, he was doing that, and now this is like an essay case. I'm like, how? Like, where do we? How? What just happened here? I'm like, where did we sit up there and go? Kid of seven. How how did we sit up here and get here? I'm like, is this like, are we trying to like pull like an Emmett Till or something directly out here? Because I'm like, this is completely crazy. I'm like, how did it even escalate to this extent? And then the meeting that she's going to also talk about in the next video, they wanted her to show up without any proper representation. So she was going to supposedly go to this school meeting that they were going to call, and she was supposed to be there talking to them about the situation and whatnot or whatever, dealing with her son, but she don't have proper representation because the school system, they're going to do everything that they need to do to back up everything. The police going to be there, the school system, all of this stuff, right? But then it's just going to be her representing her son. That's an uphill battle, especially when you know how it is that the school system is and how it is that they will make sure to protect their own. The police are going to protect their own, right? Because again, that's America's sweetheart, right? The little white girl, they're going to make sure to sit up there. Anything that she says about somebody black, it has to be true. It has to be 100% true. Everybody has to sit up there and believe it. There is no reason for her to sit up there and lie on anybody. Right. And like a lot of people like to say, racism don't exist. Things like this don't happen in 2025. Why you guys are stuck on the past? Why you guys talking about stuff that happened in the 50s? Nobody alive to this day ever experienced. You're wrong. But to further go directly on that, let's just go into the next video.
Good afternoon and good morning to those that are on the West Coast. Just to give y'all a quick update, and thank you, Mrs. One, for commenting with this information. As of this morning, my mom and I have reached out to the superintendent of the Palm Beach County School District. They informed us that they will have a conference on March 31st at 9:30 a.m. I am not sure what they will do. They're not giving us any details as to what charges were charged on my son, if this was for or we are not sure what this will lead to. Unfortunately, that's about all that we have on that. As far as the officer or the department, we contacted them again and asked, well, why did you need a statement from my child who's 7 years old? Why wasn't this information retracted from him on the school campus? And why wasn't there a school psychologist present when the officer spoke with my son? The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department stated that a crime was committed on campus. They were instructed to investigate a crime. We will have the information or more information once the report is generated. Something doesn't sound right. I know y'all know that something doesn't sound right. Also, the teacher never received and took a statement from my son regarding this alleged issue. The school never contacted us in February about what the next steps would be. I don't know what's happening. Give me a moment. I also contacted Ben Crump's team this morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Ben Crump's team stated that they were not able to help me with this case. They stated that this was out of their scope. I'm not sure what that means, but I want my son's voice heard. However, I want my voice heard as well, because this cannot continue in any state with any child. I have contacted all of the channel news that are here, Channel 25 and Channel 12. They took my statement. I have emails that were sent to them as well. A reporter by the name of Terry Parker for Channel 25 of West Palm. So I'm waiting to see if they'll come out and at least speak to us to see what next steps would be done or how to get help additionally, because this could lead to something devastating for my child and any other child that this happens to. I am not sure why these parents decided that they wanted to accuse my child of a crime. I'm not understanding why the school was not able to handle this properly, but I really need everybody's help. Dr. Umar Johnson, I've sent you an email. Mr. Ben Crump, I've sent you an email. I've sent constant emails to multiple other attorneys that I feel that could help. I don't understand what's going on here in Florida. This does not make sense to me. I need y'all help. Thank you.
So we heard that, right? So let me just highlight this real quick. You said I'm getting tired of this conversation. If it was a white boy doing this to a black girl, you wouldn't be talking this way. Come on now. What are we talking about? What specifically what specifically are we talking about right now? Like what does that even mean? Like so what specifically would I be saying? How would I be talking about the situation? Like, let me know, because obviously you must be like a clairvoyant or something. You must have a crystal ball. You must be like Miss Cleo. Call me now for your free psychic reading at this 1-800. You must be on that type of tip. So let me know, since you're so brave talking in the comment section, telling me of how it is that I would talk and how it is that I wouldn't if the roles were reversed somehow. Let me know. So obviously we got other people that are trying to speak for Virginia because they're looking for attention. I'm not going to highlight you because I'm specifically talking for one person. So you said somebody else said you wouldn't be talking about it. How wouldn't I be talking about it? I've literally covered stories like this all over the place. I've covered stories of young white male teens that have been accused of doing these things and have been proven to be innocent. But I've also covered the stories such as the Olympic swimmer who was actually out there doing it, and the judge was like, I don't want to ruin his life. I don't want to ruin his career. I don't want to burden him. So I'm not going to charge him. Crazy work how that happens. But like I said, people always claim that I don't, want to talk about, stories and all this other type of stuff. In too many instances, this is what I want to ask, right? So for all of the people that feel that I wouldn't be talking about any of these things, and I've talked about women of all different races sitting up there lying about these types of things happening. But let me just try to widen the scope for people. Historically speaking, for any of the people that want to question me, how often do white men get falsely accused by black women? Historically speaking, how often do white men get historically accused of touching black women and then get charged and then have to do like a 50 to 100-year prison sentence, or you have your cities or your towns burnt down? Let me know, historically speaking. Let me know. Like I'm just waiting, because historically I can sit up there and point to some towns and cities. I can even give you a map where white women have lied historically, still lying to this day. And you got black men, young black boys sitting up there in prison, sitting up there doing all types of jail time, even over a kiss. Oh, guess what? You got 12 years. Good luck, buddy. You got black men getting exonerated right now for supposed SA or all these other things that supposedly happened. But guess what? DNA proved that that wasn't a person that did it. But like I said before, y'all don't want to focus in on that. Y'all don't want to deal with those exonerations of black men being locked up for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. That's crazy work. That is diabolical. I'm still like I said, for the white people out there, show me some books of historically where you guys have been wiped off the map because a black woman lied about a white man sitting up there doing. Let me know. Give me some history. Show me the hundreds. Show me. You want to talk about, what about the whole thing with Duke? What about the black woman sitting up there lying? I've covered that. I've talked about it. You just weren't there to witness it, to hear about it. So now I would have to, regurgitate and say the exact same things just to try to prove a point. No, I'm good. I ain't doing that. You can go do the research. That's some crazy work, though. Y'all will talk about anything. Wait. So you said 1,000 in 2018. So you're trying to tell me that supernaturally 1,000 white towns and cities were wiped off of the map because a black woman lied on a white man. In 2018, you're like 51 and 51% were white. What are we talking about? Hold on. Where are you at? What? Let me go back up to the comments because I'm like, we can't be on the same. We can't be talking about the same thing here. You said a gift or even a note or saying something is considered. I say these days, gotta know what happened. You don't get it even. Okay, you repeated the exact same thing directly right there. For whatever reason, Virginia did not sit up there and type back. I'm not even sure if the moms might have got to her, but it is what it is. You said going pretty far on this one. No, actually, I'm not. Sham says, do you remember the video of the little white girl who stole some ice cream and then said, yeah, I showed off that video quite often. That was over there in Australia where the mom sat up there and was just like filming the little girl. She know who did it, but she filmed the little girl and she was like, yo, who ate all the cookies? She was like, I don't know. She was like, such and such, who stole all the cookies? She was like, I don't know, a black man did it. And I'm like, you learned that from home. You learn that directly from your Caucanite parents to basically blame something of thievery on a black man. And that's crazy. That is crazy. And the funny thing is, over there in Australia, they don't have black men. They got aboriginals. So I'm like, so who are we talking about here? Are you talking about a black American man just magically flew to Australia to steal like your snacks? Or are you trying to say one of the Aboriginal men that are there in Australia, which the Europeans tried to make go extinct? Are you trying to say that one of those men, of which the land you stole from, did it, came into your house and did that? Which one is it? Because there is a clear-cut difference. But like I said, I show off those videos and people don't want to talk about that though. It's crazy. JK said, I've had that happen to me because I told on this white kid for throwing a basketball at the school in 5th grade and then was calling me all types of things out of my name, but then they don't get in trouble. Yeah, that happens pretty often. Lewis said, I didn't say nothing, but I don't want to hear no more from you. I'm done. Bro, who are you? I don't even, dog, don't nobody care. Peace out. Bye-bye. Make sure you hit the block button. You and your family, your pale horse, your God, whatever you believe in. Like, I don't understand. Like, y'all come up here and y'all want to sit up there and have this attitude with me, dog. Who is you? Who you ain't moving none up over here. Like what is we doing? Like, dog, like I said, y'all white folks, the attitudes that y'all be having when people say stuff that y'all don't like, that's some crazy stuff. I listed some very simple things that anybody can look. You can even use Chat GPT or whatever it is that y'all got to use. Elon's Grok, right? Do all of that and do the research. But it's like magically your brain gets stuck on stupid and you don't know where to move. So now you want to sit up there and get irate and all this other type of stuff, and you want to try to tell me off. That's some crazy work. Like I said, y'all can't handle nothing. DSA 1 said that, like the white cop that was taking the stuff from women and threatening them, and he finally got caught a few years back, and they didn't believe those women. Yeah, that's because those women were working the streets. Yeah, I remember I did a story on that. I did a video and a story directly on that. JK said, and then he started crying and playing the victim, right? Sham said, they said the sad thing, yeah, I think that's supposed to be the sad thing. Yeah, you said the sad thing is that little girl is probably having things happen at home, but somehow that innocent little boy got blamed. They should be asking her more questions because that is not normal. Yeah. Nurse Armstrong, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said maybe the Tawana Bradley case. I can't think of anything else. Nurse Armstrong said use DeepSeek. Yeah, that's another one too. William said, I can agree with you on that one, sir. DSA 1 said, and his daughter done came out on him. Oh, you responded back to someone else. JK said, yeah, I could see a predator telling a victim that to distract from accusing the white family member. Yeah. Like I said, whenever it is that this is the funniest thing, right? Whenever I've put up stories where I've shown the case that a white man was innocent, right, of any wrongdoing that somebody stated that he did, I don't get anywhere near the types of comments that people try to give me. But when it just so happens to be a little black boy or a black man, a young black man, whatever it is, automatically, yeah, he did it. People are like, oh, I need more information. I can't automatically believe that person is innocent. Something seems suspicious. Something seems off. I need to sit up there and see the evidence. I need the court like magically, everybody is a detective. Everybody is Bruce Wayne in here, and they want to go over all of the case files from top to bottom. But when it deals with white men going through the exact same thing, I never see the exact same energy. But then when I showcase stories like this dealing with black people, people are like, oh, but we're victims too. We deal with false accusations. Let's deal with the historics of the situation and how it is that you get called for certain things. Historically speaking, when we're dealing with the pillaging, we're dealing with the murders, we're dealing with all of the SA and all of these things taking place and happening from continent to continent. Guess what, champ? It is you. You are the ringleader. You are the kings of kings. Shout out to Triple H. That is who you are. It's time to play the game. That's you. That's you. Can nobody can go against you. Nobody can top the bodies. Bodies on bodies on bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. Nobody can top that. You got that. You got that by way of other communities. You got that by your own families. This is what the FBI also states as well. But you don't want to look at that. We even got your own television shows where they specifically spot you out. Hell, I've even done it myself by sitting up there. I can even showcase you a story right now of two brothers that got, matter of fact, I got you. No problem. No problem. No problem. We only got 60 people in here. It don't even matter. Let me get this picture real quick. Let me get the picture real. Let me see if I can hurry up and find this. Y'all, you better hope I can't sit up there and find a picture of these two brothers. Let me tell you something, because I will hurry up. Got them. No problem. Because I'm just going to read off. I'm going to read off this story because people think it's a game. So we want to sit up there and play this game. No problem. I got you. No problem. I got you. I got you, baby. It's all good. It's all good. We're going to read off this story. We're going to go to the National Crime Agency, and we're going to read off this story about these great men of America, these great true American men. Let me put their photos directly up there so people will know what it is that I'm talking about, right? Real quick, right? Look at these great men, upstanding, true Americans. Let's try to find out and see what they did, right? They said Operation Stovewood. Brothers jailed for 31 years for going after children. Two brothers who went after vulnerable individuals 18 years ago have been jailed for 31 years following a National Crime Agency, or the NCA, investigation. Mark Evans, age 37, and Robert Evans, they keep it in the family, age 40, went after said minors, individuals in Rotherham. Over a 2-year period. They did this for 2 years. They kept it in the family and did it for 2 years in their own community. Starting in 2006, they took it back. Today, March 28th, at Sheffield Crown Court, they were sentenced to 14 to 17 years imprisonment, respectively, for their crimes. The men, aged 18 and 21, around that time, intimidated girls and piled them with all types of narcotics and alcohol before luring them to a location where they later attacked them. The brothers were arrested in August of 2020 after officers from the NCA's Operation Stovewood, examining historic SA in Rotherham, investigated allegations by the three victims. Specially trained NCA officers spoke with the women after identifying that they were potential victims. Two of the women subsequently told special investigations that they were accosted by both of the brothers. One of them, who was 13 at the time, she was given alcohol by Mark Evans before she and some friends accompanied him to a discussed barn. Sorry. He then separated her from her friends and went after her, had his way. The same woman was then later attacked by Evans, the brother, several months later, when he lured the girl to his house in Rotherham by lying that one of her friends would be there. Robert Evans piled her along with alcohol as they took a bus to her home. Once Evans had the victim alone at the home, he went after her. She recalled he seemed amused by this, basically enjoying the moment. Another woman related how she too was went after by both of the brothers when she was 14. She knew the men because they spent time with the girls her age. She recounted how Mark Evans walked her home one evening because it was dark, but as they passed through an alley, he went after her. She was the first victim who later stated that she was lured by Robert Evans at the home. On a separate occasion, too, the first victim was attacked by him. At the house, Robert Evans then forced the girl into a bathroom and went after her. The third victim, age 13, when Mark Evans began grooming her by giving her alcohol and drugs, he then called her his girlfriend. The victim told officers how Mark Evans visited her at her home and asked her to have relations. Fearing Evans would dump her, the girl complied with his request and took her into an alley where they had relations. There were just some of the offenses committed against the girls, which the men denied when NCA investigators later arrested them. However, following the 2-week trial at Sheffield Crown Courts, the brothers were found guilty of a number of offenses on December 4th of 2024. Speaking after the sentencing, NCA senior investigator Kim Bornham stated this: "I would like to recognize the courage and the strength of the three victims of the case. For almost 20 years, these women have suffered the profound consequences of Mark and Robert Evans' crimes while the two men continue to live their lives. These brave women have been determined to receive justice, and the National Crime Agency, or the NCA, has matched their resolve, ensuring that the Evans brothers have been held accountable. I hope that the victims will find some peace knowing that their attackers are no longer living free today. And I encourage everyone who has gone through this as a child, no matter how long ago it was, to report it to police. Every victim deserves justice." Samantha Thomas, special prosecutor of the Crown Prosecution Service, stated this: "The Evans brothers targeted and groomed these young girls, including with alcohol and drugs, for their own purposes. The lifelong physical and emotional trauma caused to victims by men like the Evans brothers cannot be understated. The type of conduct has equally damaged the community's confidence in Rotherham. We would like to thank the victims of the case for coming forward and reporting this devastating crime. I hope that the conviction sends a clear message that the CPS will continue to relentlessly pursue justice and prosecute those who go after minors whenever it takes place. I encourage any victim of this type of instance that happens to report the crimes committed against them to the police. You are not alone, and there is always help available." So that was the whole article. So again, look at this. You got two brothers keeping it directly in the family, and you see one of them, if not both of them, clearly smiling. They're happy about all the crimes that they clearly committed in their own community. They do not care. But yet, I can just so happen to talk about a lot of these things. But do you think that white people are going to get amped? They're going to get angry and start saying stuff in the comment section? Nah. Like I said, they're quiet as a church mouse. They tend not to say anything. They move away from the story. But if I show the wrongdoings that takes place with black men in the black community, or just with black people in general, now white people want to be like, oh, we're victims too. We get blamed for a lot of things. Why do we have to be talking about race? Why does it have to be focused on race and yada? What are we doing? Just say that you don't actually care and you don't want anybody else to actually care, or bring up stuff that you don't actually care about. I would just love it if white people could actually be honest in that type of way, but y'all can't be honest. I can highlight what goes on in your community. I can try to give you a warning and show you pictures of these are the men. This is what they look like who target your community and your students. I can sit up there and showcase this. Y'all sit up there and tell me to shut up. Y'all sit up there and ignore it. Y'all turn a blind eye. You sit up there and tell me, why am I so focused on white people? Why am I so focused on the white community? Why don't you highlight what black men are doing in the black community? Why don't you highlight the crime that's going on in Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, California? That's all the deflection that y'all give me every single time when I highlight this, because y'all legitimately don't care about your community and y'all don't care about y'all kids. And you also don't want people to show any types of wrongdoings that's going to put you as a whole in a bad light. That's crazy work. Shout out to the white folks though, because this is you. It's crazy work. Whenever I happen to talk about teachers, 99.9% of the time, they look just like these two. But y'all don't care about that though. Y'all don't care nothing about that. And then we got somebody in the comment section talking about liberals. Man, I done some stories on Republicans getting caught up in some stings, but no problem. I guess you must be for that. You got it. You got it. Let me see. Somebody said, I see the problem. Speak on the problem you face every day loudly because I'm passionate about this. You said, I grew up in those communities. My schools were 90% black population. I never actually saw this until I went to another almost all white school. Like I said, at least some people can have it to be honest. At least some people can actually be honest about the circumstances and the situation. But like I said, that's few far and in between, especially when it deals with this channel and how it is that people want to come at me when I want to highlight, problems and issues. Crazy work. Like I said, a lot of the trolls, they don't got nothing to say when these photos pop up. Because I could literally do like a good 3 to 4 hour live stream just doing it just like this. I can show you the mugshots. I can show you the pictures. I can list the crimes. I can show the news stories, all of that. And I can show them doing this in every single profession that we have on this planet. Do you think that 9 times out of 10 white people are going to care that normally come to this platform? Nope. Do you think they want to be made aware of it? Nope. Do you think that they honestly care? Nah. It's crazy work. Crazy work. You said, I volunteer for an organization that helps all members of the community. We all suffer the same, regardless of our skin color. You know what? You got a very great bleeding heart. But I'm going to just sit up there and tell you, as a black American, we don't all suffer the same. We don't. We do not. The way that the police like to actually handle other white people committing crimes versus black people committing crimes is two different things. Two different things. Case in point, the white teacher that I showed y'all yesterday, who was caught literally with the student. Yeah, nah. It's like they handle her with kid gloves. Ma'am, I'm so sorry that we got to do. They acted like they were inconveniencing her. So no, it's not the same. It's not the same. JK said, white people can help black people by not making stuff worse and stop crazy white people from doing crazy white people stuff. That's facts. Hudson said, excuse me, I'm not the Proud Boys. I only take my orders from God. I bet you do. Sham said, explain to me how you'll fix that. Hudson said, we need to do that. We stand up for our freedoms and support those who support us. JK said, you're excused, but you're not fooling anyone acting dumb about race. Radio said they handled them with kid gloves. Radio said, read my mind, bro. Like I said, it's matter of fact, let me see if I actually still got it. I don't think I do. Because I will actually throw that in rotation at this moment in time if it is still here, because I had to move some stuff around. Let me see if that the video with the teacher is here. Matter of fact, I still got it. So for anybody that's white and that want to know what I'm talking about, let me give you a reference point. I gotta actually take some videos down real quick. Let me just do that. Let me just take those two videos directly down. So now let me add the video back up here. Let me scroll down. Give me a quick second. There we go. Right.
License on you? Yeah, I'm gonna explain. I'm sure you're confused. I'll explain everything to you. You're Christina? Yeah. Okay, Christina, do me a favor. Can you step out of the car for me? I know you're confused. I'll explain everything to you. You don't have anything on you. You can just grab whatever you need.
Whatever I need.
Yeah, whatever you need. Like your phone, your purse, go ahead and grab it.
Is she going somewhere? Or?
Yeah, we're gonna explain everything to you guys. Go ahead and grab it. We're not going anywhere right now. Of course. Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on here.
I get it. You can go grab your things.
Can you come with me?
Yes. You stay there for right now, sir. Just stay there, but yes, you can. But come on back here.
She's like, can he come with me?
Oh, yeah.
She was thinking about escaping because that engine magically turned on. Everybody knows how to turn off a car engine.
We do have an investigation going on. We have to talk to you about it at the police department, okay? So we're going to explain everything to you there. It's not my investigation. I don't know the full details, but you have to bring you there, though, okay? So I have to put you in handcuffs and bring you to the police department. Just a down truck. Yes, unfortunately, yes.
I'm like willing to go with you.
I get it, yeah. Unfortunately, we have to do it that way. So do me a favor, we just take this off.
Dog, ain't nobody mute you. What you talking about?
Like I said, it's not my investigation. Obviously, we're here for a reason. So go ahead and turn it around for me. So right now you're being detained, and there is a detective that needs to talk to you at the police department. So we'll let if your husband know, he can just come to the police department as well if he wants to wait for you there.
I'm like,
I get it. You have a lot of questions.
So scared.
Yeah, everything's okay. We just need to talk to you at the police department. That's all. Nothing else on your pocket right now. Anything else?
My phone.
Just your phone. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to sit in the back of this car on the other side. Once you get to the police department, you'll talk to the detective and he'll explain everything to you.
But you can't even give me like an idea
At the moment,
what this is about.
other than that it's an investigation, that's all I can really tell you right now. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more.
So let me just peel that back real quick, right? So the person that's blocked out in a car, that is the student. That is a high school student that this high school teacher is directly with. And as she knew that she was going to be getting taken down to the police station, she was like, can he come with me? White folks, this is your community. I done literally showed you both male and females who are committing these acts. And I'm showing you to the extent of how they both get treated. The two brothers were able to do this in the community for years, for some decades, right? They were doing it since 2006, taking turns. And those young girls who grew into women had to now live in fear because those people were still out there. And now you got a teacher who is married, who more than likely has kids. White picket fence. She got the perfect life. She decided that her husband was not enough and that she needed one of her students to fulfill the relationship, the needs, emotions, whatever it is. And when I talk about these stories, like I said before, white folks never want to talk about these things. It's crazy work. Somebody said what you focus on is what you manifest in your reality. I didn't manifest this. I have no control over what it is that white people decide to find attractive or not find attractive. That's not what I manifest. I'm going off of what you guys are putting directly out there in the media and how it is that it's not really reported on a cycle of 42 to 72 hours or on a weekly period. Y'all will put this directly out there for 5 seconds, throw it away. If it was somebody black doing the exact same criminal act, we got to sit up there and talk about this for 24, 48 hours, 72 hours. We got to put this in a rotation throughout the week to have it as an add-in or a remix or another story linked in with something else. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. And people wonder why I say that the cops are in on it too. That's crazy. And like I said, white people can never give me an answer on this. Why is this allowed to happen directly in your communities? And the only answer that white people tend to give me, they were like, well, why do you guys allow the drugs and the crime and the gangs in your community? Why are you guys 13% and such of the murders and the crimes in America? Right? That's what y'all tend to do. The deflection. I, as a black man, am trying to point out a problem, trying to make sure that your community is all that it should be, whole, right? Because this is what was given to me on a plate when I was taught about American white people, that these types of things don't happen in your community, that you don't commit these types of acts to your own family, to your own community, to whatnot or whatever. It's everybody else that does it. But obviously, as you know, of course, getting out of that whole system of indoctrination of how good white people are, you soon enough find out that white people do some of the worst and the most horrible, horrendous acts to a lot of their own. But it just doesn't really get highlighted or talked about because they don't want to put themselves out there in a bad light, no matter how terrible the act may be. They always want to lighten it. When it deals with black people committing the same acts, you make sure to put everything directly on there. You want to do research like, oh, this person, they had a propensity for this, back when they were in middle school. They were a D or E average student. So, the grades already said, what it was. Then on top of that, when he was 12, he committed these crimes, breaking and entries. So it was only a matter of time before he committed a worse crime. But when it deals with your own people, you guys are like, oh, well, it's terrible that happened. Everybody needs therapy. I don't feel like anybody should actually be arrested. It is wrong, but we really need to fix the condition of the problem. That woman needs therapy. So does the child. The parents really need to have conversations and get the kids directly offline, off of these tablets, off of social media. The American family has really lost themselves because they're no longer a family anymore. They're no longer a cohesive nuclear, unit. And I feel like as Americans, as white people, if we get right back to that, to the community, then, our families and our communities will be safe once again. But again, it is wrong what happened, but nobody should be tried. Nobody should be going to court. This should be really something that, the community really works on and fixes. And I pray for the woman and I pray for her marriage. I hope that they can see their way, through this terrible, instance of an issue. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody should be penalized. Everybody should be forgiven. That's how white people tend to do it. I know this because I read y'all comments, all thousands of the hundreds of the thousands of the comments that y'all leave on these social media sites dealing with women and men like this, on X and everything else. The way that y'all are so lenient, and you wonder why it is that this happens in your communities consistently every single day. You wonder why it is that me as a black man in America can consistently do stories like this, and you get mad when I focus in on this because I'm trying to shed some light. I'm trying to help you out because obviously you don't know what's best for you and you don't know how to help yourself. That's some diabolical work. That's crazy. You wonder why America's screwed up right now. Shout out to the people that always consistently tell me that, oh, said you need not to focus on race. How am I not supposed to focus in on this? Who's the problem here? I don't see nobody black in any one of these pictures. Let me go back here. So you got this woman and you got the white student there, right? And then we go back to this image here. Who's black in this picture? Where's the black man that is attached to these people? Because obviously, if these white men are acting like this, there has to be a black man there, right? Because that's the way the white people think in America. If these white men did it, there has to be a black man that enabled this to happen, that taught them that. They had to be around the black community in order for this to happen. That's the only way that a white man could have ever done something like this. Where's the black man at? Where's those black male friends? Where's the black boy that they went to high school with that taught them how to do this criminal minded type of thing? Where? I'll wait. Pick one out. Even if he's imaginary, you can show me. Draw a picture. Do a stick figure. Do the things that y'all normally sit up there and do when y'all want to pass the blame, pass the buck because you don't want to fix the issues within your own community. The same exact thing that you guys want to deflect and tell black people every single time we talk about America. Oh, you blacks, you always talk about America, but what about your communities? These Democratic run cities. Oh, what is crime? Right, y'all want to sit up there and do that. It's crazy work though. Shout out to the white folks though. This is you. Shout out to those true Americans. Shout out to those true Europeans. Like I said, let's go. Matter of fact, let me go back right here. Right? Why would this man not want to be with a woman of his own, who can support herself, who's independent, who's educated. Why would he not want to be with a Caucasian woman that is highly capable? Why would he go to, for all intents and purposes, a third world country and be with women who have less than or nothing, where he can literally buy them for cattle, chickens, hens, goats, cow? Like, huh? Y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? But you always want to talk about how black men are criminal minded and how they target specific women and data. But y'all are sitting up there leaving Europe and America and going to Asian countries, and y'all going over there to South America, y'all going over there to Africa. That's some crazy work. I'm still trying to find a black man in this situation here too, because I cannot can't sit up there and find it. Can't find it. But like I said before, hey, black people are the problem in America. We're the causation of every single little bit of crime that is directly out here. It's ridiculous. Sam said he got on the bus with his head down. I'll never forget it. Later, we found out about all of those things that took place, and I realized I saved my brother that day. Radio said that's the judgment coming for all of them. Tippy said he's there to use them as slaves. Yeah. Benjamin said criminality is celebrated in America. Yeah. Radio said, I see you took my recommendation and tunes into a video from Only Logical. Good job, Seji. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, DC says, yeah, that's the classic. That's the classic right there. But Seji, what about Chicago? Hold on, I'm not from Chicago and I don't live. Yeah. That's one of the classic white comments that I will always see on this platform. You know how many white people that I've seen from around the world that would try to tell me about Detroit, and I'm like, you don't even live there. I know you don't. I know you don't live there, because when I walk outside, I don't see you walking the streets. The most I would literally at a point in time, the most I would see white people is when they're rarely driving directly through, and they're probably coming from downtown, going straight home. They're not stopping at none of the gas stations in the city. They gassed up downtown, and now they're zooming to sit up there and get back to the suburbs. But then they would get online and try to tell me, oh, but Detroit is this, the Detroit mayor, Detroit neighbor. You don't know nothing about Detroit other than what Fox 2, WDIV, XYZ, and all these other stations are sitting up. Fox 2 News. You don't know nothing other than what mainstream is telling you, which a lot of the times is lies. But like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Shout out to the white people out there that that still be on that same tip. Shout out to y'all. Much love. Radio said that was a wild video. Actually, it was cringy. DC Precise said that's their culture. Radio said he was trying to recruit all of those young African women. Yeah. Bars. Smith said, do you blame them? Blame who? Are you talking about, do I blame the African women, the same ones that have been colonized and still colonized by Europe? And their men are also colonized, where you got historical things that take place, no matter how African they may seem, from government to money and all these other types of things. Which one are we sitting up there talking about? If we're going to be honest, because at this moment in time, Europe is still trying to hold on to whatever quote unquote African land they own. Because Europe knows that if Africa shuts down and closes up their borders and they don't allow anything European in there or them to even take, Europe is going to starve. There's going to be riots. There are going to be wars. So Europe is trying to do everything possible to make sure that does not happen. Because a lot of Europe is landlocked. They don't have water. They don't have ocean. If Africa closes up its borders and its fishing areas and doesn't commit to any trade or exchange of money for high exchange rates, guess what? Europe is going to sit up there and starve overnight. It's going to be real quick, and it's going to be one of the most chaotic situations that you will ever see in your life. But y'all want to talk about that, though, because everybody always states that, oh, Africa needs Europe. Without Europe, Africa would be in the dark ages. Actually, it wouldn't. But let y'all sit up there and tell it everybody that's in Africa is in huts. Everybody needs 10 cents a day in order to survive. Little Sarah needs mosquito nets. Little Dejawan needs 25 cents for a bag of rice. 50 cents could help this young girl get shots for malaria or the Zika virus. Like, what are we doing? It's crazy. Sham said, I was talking about Dahmer. Seji, you should scroll up and read the whole story on how I saved my brother from Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, the craziest part is I tried to warn a lot of, black gay dudes directly out there, tried to, put them up on. Like I said, this is stuff that I really shouldn't even care about. I shouldn't even be talking about because it's not even really my space. But I'm looking at them like, hey, no matter what it is, you still a black man at the end of the day, no matter what your preference is. Let me just educate you on some certain stuff. Let's not just go out there and be stupid and just risk your life openly and all this other type of stuff. And even still with that, I've gotten some black dudes from the gay community, sit up there and try to tell me off. Some white gay dudes try to do the exact same thing. Normal white people. Oh, why does it have to be about race? Why are you only solely focused on us? Why are you trying to? Dog, if it ain't about you, mind your business. If it don't apply to you, mind your business. It's crazy work. Like I said, no matter which community is directly out there, I've literally tried to do stories to educate people, to put them up. It don't matter if you gay, straight, you can be bi or trisexual. You can say that you don't sit up there and see color. You can be as racist as you want to be. It don't matter where I go across this whole spectrum. Hey, I didn't have everybody sit up there and tell me off. It's nothing more. It's nothing more I can sit up there and do, because I know I'm not going to do the same amount of put the same amount of effort and stuff that I used to, because again, people showed me and told me that they didn't care about that. So, like I said, that's not going to be happening. It's not about to be sitting up there getting that directly from me again. Like I said, you fool me once, I got to pull the bush. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. Right? It's that whole thing again. We're not really making it to the second part. We're not going to sit up there and do that. Like I said, I'm going to let everybody else hold that bag. Everybody else is going to sit up there and hold that. Crazy work. 100%. DSA1 said Abraham in Burkina Faso. Yeah. Like I said, you got a lot of nations over there in Africa. They're doing God's work. They are bringing people together. They are forming. They are doing by any force necessary. I don't even care if it's by an iron fist. They are sitting up there making that happen. I think you got about like a good 5 areas that are fully connected on like the exact same page. I'm proud of them. I am 100 as a black American. I'm 100% proud of those African leaders over there making that happen. By hook or crook, whatever needs to be done, they are making it happen. They got their own agriculture. They got their land. They got their farmland. They're doing things, canning up vegetables. They're doing everything, including things with gold. Like I said, I'm proud of them because they are fighting for what it is that they have. They are taking back their land. They are taking back their power. And now people got to stand up straight when they talk to them. Like I said, I respect that. If anything, those would be the areas. If I were to sit up there and go over there to Africa, those would be the areas that I would want to go over there and visit, because of the changes, because of the moves that they are sitting up there making and doing. I'm proud of every single thing that those people over there are sitting up there doing. Like I said, they are putting the world directly on notice on what time it is. Shout out to them, to their families, to their bloodlines, everything. Shout out to those communities out there. Like I said, they're doing God's work. You said you clearly have little knowledge of geography, but I agree that Europe should provide a. What are you talking about? That I have little knowledge of geography? What are you? What are we even talking about right now? Like what? Like y'all just try to go off of like one thing and just like what, brother? I need you to relax. You said Sally Struthers ate up all of the African funds. Wolf says Somalia and South Sudan for sure need the U.S. and the EU. Sham said you gotta. Okay, yeah. Nurse Armstar said try anything. Yeah. Radio said, yep, me too. DSA one said Yeah, at least 5. I read 3. They got France about going through it. Yep. And France is standing straight up. They were like, yo, because I had that article directly up there, and France is like, you know what, we're trying to, really work with some of the nations in Africa to allow our military bases and all this. No. Get everything France directly. Get the Franks directly up out of there. Get the French military. Tear down their buildings and build up your own. Leave nothing there of France. Get rid of all of the stat. Get rid of all of it, because they shouldn't be there. If France got a military, keep your military in France. Keep it in Europe. It should not be in Africa at all. But like I said, this is how Europe wants to show their power. This is how they want to put their stamp on something that's not theirs. Like, we got our military base here. They can go to the UN and United Nations, all of these gatherings, all this. Yeah, we got some places over there in Africa. Yeah, we got our military bases. We in control directly, right? That's all that is. That's all it is. Those African men over there, they can train themselves militarily, or they can sit up there and hire somebody to basically start training. And once they get 100 trained, now those 100 are now teachers. Like I said, it don't take much. So realistically, a lot of places in Africa don't technically need the United States. They just need a little bit of help to get started, and they can get that help by other African nations. But because Africa is so divided by way of colonialism, because of Europe and everything that has taken place historically, hey, this is how divide and conquer happened. This is why you got a lot of African nations that are like, no, we don't get along with them. We don't get along with those other people. But you know who we get along with? We get along with Russia. We get along with China. We get along with Mexico. I'm like, how you get along with all these other places that don't look nothing like you or speak your language? How you do that? Oh, that's right, divide and conquer. Oh, because of the history of how white people just came in and did this. And okay. Crazy. D-Money said they have a few politicians that are still in America and Europe pockets, but I love to see Africa get everyone on code. Yeah, that's bars. Let me see. What is it? Wolf said, oh, LOL, African nations militaries are a joke. Also, having military bases is normal for allied countries. This is the thing about so-called allied countries. The United States is supposedly an ally, but it likes to keep people in debt. So what are we talking about here? Is that really an ally? Is it really an ally when they decide that they're going to take away any type of funds or money because you don't agree with them on what it is that they want to do when it deals with war in another country, in another area around the world? Is that really an ally? It's not. So it's like, what are we talking about here? You acting like this is some type of beneficial symbiotic partnership, and it's not. It's never been. Whenever it deals with Africa and other nations around the world, it's never symbiotic. Everybody takes. The United States takes, Russia taking, China taking, everybody taking. The only people that can't take from themselves and make something from themselves is the African people, because everything is so corrupt. Everything is spread out with everybody else because of all of these broken contracts that have never been broken. Because people are fearful to sit up there and do it because they feel that without a white savior to be there, that they're going to fall, that they're not going to know what to do. This is what it looks like when people strip that type of pride from you of knowing who it is that you are, how mighty and how powerful you are. This is what that looks like. But in order to do that, it takes a very nice, well-oiled system, decades, centuries to do this in a multitude of ways. But like I said before, nobody wants to, take a look at that. Ms. Armstrong said DeepSeek states that African countries are increasingly important investment destinations for European companies. Border closure could hinder investment flow and damage European businesses. Yeah. Like Italian leather, guess where that comes from? That comes from Africa. Italians don't have leather. They buy their leather from the Africans there, have it imported, and then they just they slap the label on their Italian leather. The shoes that I got, they say Italian leather, but that leather that comes from that cattle is from Africa. I did I showcased a video about that about like a year or two ago, and it was an African man talking about that and trying to educate people. Like I said, still to this day, people don't even know where Italian leather even comes from, or probably, I guess, don't even care. Somebody said if if the world left Africa alone, Africa would be like Haiti in 100 years. So you do know that the reason that Haiti is the way that it is because of a lot of coups that took place. You also have, by the way, like the United States was and the Red Cross were supposed to have given money to Haiti to build up stuff from the earthquake that happened, but yet nothing was built. Huh? Then on top of that, Haiti sent France packing, and France was like, you know what? Because of the war and everything that happened, you got to pay us back permanently. So you're indebted. But yet, Haiti has one of the very precious metals that can rarely be found around the globe. It's in a place in Africa, it's in a place in Haiti, and it might be one other third place, maybe China. But you're telling me that it would be like Haiti. Haiti was actually quite wealthy, but yet they just can't grab on and hold on to that wealth because of all of the divisive things that have taken place there, dealing with colonialism, dealing with colorism, and everything like that. And dealing with other governments, coming in here and there and all this other type of stuff. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. I by your logic, I can basically say without African or Black Americans, Europeans will be back in the Stone Ages, literally, to the caves with you. Like Fred Flintstone, Pebbles, Barney, Dino, the Caucasus Mountains. Well, go off though. You got it. Sam said Africa closes up the borders and the entire world is falling. That's how much power it has if it gets it together. America would certainly go down if it happens. Yeah. Let me see. You said Somalia whooped America and they delivered back American soldiers in pieces day by day. Wolf said, do you think the United States runs Japan or Germany? The United States barely even runs itself. They got other people in debt though, but yeah, whatever. Radio said Africa is an important country, not to. Oh, okay. You go back. D said America also steals resources. Yeah. Midnight said if they weren't their own worst enemy, they wouldn't need anyone. Are you talking about like Africa? But I listed why that is. DSA1 said just like Haiti kicked out their leader, they're trying to turn it around, but got a lot of work to do. Wolf said the top 3 leather producers from cows of hide is Italy, China, and Brazil. Yeah, that's cool, but where's Italy getting this leather from? Look at Italy on the map. Look at the amount of cattle that they have there. And tell me, how are they producing with the amount of cattle? How are they producing all of those leather fine goods? Sham said Haiti is that way because of rich France. They robbed it of its resources and continues to be in that country in decline due to their manipulation of the white power world. Yeah. Challenge said exactly. Kiddo African governments are the most corrupt, still relief from its own people, wasteful tax dollars. Scrolling away now, fam. No, you clearly missed the point though, but you got it. B Girl said 200 years of reparations paid to France for winning freedom. Yeah, that's crazy work. D Money said leather, rubber, chocolate, cobalt is so much that it comes from Africa, but they can't profit off of it, off of their own resources, which is crazy. Bars. Sham said the same thing with Venezuela, which was a rich nation, but the moment white Americans found out about its oil, they destroyed their government, gained control of the oil, and now we have a problem. Like I said, I wish I had the video directly on me, but if people want to do research, it should be a Nigerian man. I want to say he had locks. It was on social media, and he specifically stated that the greater majority of the leather that Italy gets comes directly from Africa. And he was also a person that works in the fashion industry. So he would know more than anybody else that's in this comment section. Because usually a lot of people that comment aren't of the actual area. Right? You're not designing, you don't do the fashion, you're not looking at where the resources and like you're not doing the orders and stuff. Right? So again, You're stating that it's Italy, no problem. I'm going to go by what an African is stating about where the resources are coming from, just like a lot of the resources from around the world where it deals with cell phones and everything like that. A lot of the world's resources of which we need are coming directly from Africa. Yeah. So, but you got it. Nurse said if it says genuine leather, it's from Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think they I want to say, was it Nigeria that took them to court or something like that, because they were trying to say that the leather, Italy was trying to say that the leather comes from there, and they were suing them and basically stating that you can't say that because it's not from you. You're getting this from us. And it was like a whole thing that went with that as well. So, you said also other EU sources. Sham said Africa, almost all of the resources in the world are coming out of it. Majority of uranium is out of Africa, iron, steel, gunpowder, etc. I can go on. Again, I have the map showing Africa of the different resources that are there. It is if not the most mineral rich, it is one of the most mineral rich continents on the face of this planet. But nobody wants to. A lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. They want to be like, no, other. It's other. It's not Africa. Why y'all make Africa seem like it's okay? You got it. Sam said, don't forget the majority of crude oil is coming out of Africa. Even the vast majority of things like silk, rice, cotton, etc., from massive plantations in Africa. Right. Wolf said genuine leather is fake leather. Armstrong said yes, it was a lawsuit. I don't even know what Slater's talking about. Radio said we recently found out in the American Indian community that Africa is also taking mineral resources from here in America. There's something called Afriform and ADF. I know about the ADF, African Development Foundation. The other thing that I don't think a lot of Americans even know is that you have ships that come directly to America, and they have these bladders that they fill up with water from the Great Lakes, and they take that water from the Great Lakes and they take it over to China. I did a video directly on that, explaining that. And I promise you, still to this day, that a lot of American people, especially white people, don't know nothing about that. So, like I said, a lot of our resources and whatnot are going to other countries. Do you think the American people know anything about that? No. Do you know about any of, maybe our foods or whatnot going over to, different places? No. But like I said, hey, other people got it. People got it. D-Money said, you said it right, Seji, the most mineral rich continent. D said Africa is also the biggest continent in the world. Yeah, I showcased that too, where a lot of the continents can fit comfortably within Africa, and they still got room for other land masses there. But if you look at the map of how white people describe Africa, they make Europe gigantic. Nah. The biggest thing out here is Europe. Right? If something else is bigger, it has to be Canada. Wherever we laid foot, it is the largest thing there. Africa is insignificant. It's small. That's how they always talk about it, make Africa seem so that it's less important, and wherever they are has to be the most important thing. That's some crazy work. It's diabolical. Radio said not the Great Lakes water. Yep. I said California uses a lot of water to grow almonds and sell it to China. Sham said, yep, I live in a farm area. All of our food in America is packaged in China. It is not packaged here. Food grown here is shipped to China for packaging. Wash your fruit. Radio said that's a very important lake for us here. Yeah. You also, I think what they got a plant down there. I did a video talking about Coca-Cola. It was a white guy who was talking about it. How Coca-Cola takes water. They showed where the water levels used to be in the area where Coca-Cola takes water from, or one of these soda industry, their plants. They've taken so much water that you can see where the height of the water was at a certain point in time during the years. They're literally draining the water out of that area. Like I said, it's crazy work, but again, a lot of Americans don't care. They don't want to acknowledge what it is that a lot of these corporations are literally doing at the end of the day. And everybody's like, blame blacks. That's it. That's how easy everything is. Like I said, the only way for things to actually get fixed is that if there was a moment in time where black people are not the focus, the focal point of anything, where white people were just like, black people are clearly invisible, we're not worried about it. White people would actually have to focus in on what it is that they're doing. It's a callback to what I stated about the pandemic when the powers that be closed up shop on the NFL, the NHL, NCAA, what else? NASCAR, whatever it is that people like to do, the movies, everything, all of entertainment. The Coliseum was closed for all intents and purposes. So during that time when the Coliseum was closed, you had everybody out there protesting. It didn't matter what color anybody was. If an injustice, if something wrong was happening, everybody of every nationality was out there protesting and marching. Once the powers that be in the United States realized that, it's like, oh, they're trying to unify. Oh, everybody's is looking at a common enemy. Oh, they're actually mobilized. Oh, no, we can't have this. We're going to open up the floodgates, start doing deals. Spirit Airlines, United, we need y'all to start doing deals. The Super Bowl, we need y'all to start doing deals too. Run a contest for $1 million, movies, tickets, a free concert, whatever you got to sit up there and do. Movie ticket prices, we need you to dumb those down a little bit to allow people right back in there. Open up, all of the theaters, all the malls. We need you to open all. Once they did all of that, what happened to all of those people going out there marching and protesting? Nobody cared. It went right back to normal. Right back to your normal scheduled program, basically allowing you and showing you that the government is literally controlling your every movement. They got you conditioned to do the things that they want you to sit up there and do. And when you do something that they don't want you to do, that you shouldn't be doing, they're going to start throwing stuff directly at you to distract you again. But like I said, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a black dude up here just talking. Remember, like everybody else likes to say in the comment section, Seji is racist. Seji is racist. He just always want to focus on race. Everything has to be about race. It's crazy. Radio said, no wonder why we got areas drying up in certain rivers. Yeah. 47 said bananas and avocados come from South America. Richie said, as in what water for? I guess I don't know what you're talking about. Sham said it's dangerous to have China packaging food as their country is having starvation issues and a lot of food coming back is not good condition and has been altered. Tibby said, keep taking water from the lakes and we might find something that's been hidden for years. Maybe I'm reaching. No, you're true. It's true. You may just find some stuff. Radio said, yep. Then they threw BLM in front of everyone. Yeah. Sham said, nothing too much in the bottom of these lakes other than old ships and garbage. Still, the lakes have been depleting to the point where they'll dry up if this path keeps going. Yeah. Radio said, then started protesting with people wearing masks and then blamed it on black people. Yeah. Like I said, it's a distraction. And the easiest way to actually distract black people is to throw entertainment. The easiest way to distract white people is to put black people at the forefront of a problem and to make them the center. And white people are like, look at the blacks, look at what they're not doing. That's all they got to do. This is literally how simple it is to distract both groups. Literally, it's that simple. Black people entertainment, white people just show black people in some type of negative light or pin them as the story, and it's off to the races. But when none of that was happening during the pandemic, where were white people at? They were outside. They realized that the police were actually doing bad. And they were able to actually see and notice that the police were actually treating them wrong as well. And they were like, yo, we got to protest directly with them so we can get this problem solved and fixed. Ooh, they ain't like that happening. So again, why do y'all think that the Black Panther Party was destroyed? Because they were legitimately trying to symbiotically work with every single group out here to make them realize what the problem really is and to point them in that direction. The government was like, we're not doing that. You're getting a little bit too close. We're not having Scooby doing the mystery machine up in here. We're going to destroy this. And that's what they did. And here we are in 2025. Here we are. So shout out to the white people that refuse to notice the problem and see exactly what it is. and don't really want to do nothing to fix it, and you allow yourselves to be distracted by the exact same government that you enabled and gave all of this power to, who forced you to work for them instead of them working for you, while they sit up there and rob you both blindly and go directly in your pockets because you allow them to do it, because the government will never do anything wrong to the American people, aka white people. Good job. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Somebody, Wolf was like, Africa doesn't have a ton of resources. Oh, man. Let me see something. Let me see if I can just get this real quick. Let me just go to the old map where this can just get, very simple. I'm pretty sure they might have an updated map, and everything like that, but I'm just going to go with the older map because it's a little bit clearer for everybody to see, because I get tired of these conversations where people try to pull up to the scene. Africa doesn't have this actually. Let me fix my spectacles. Right? It's some crazy work. But for all intents and purposes, this is one of the maps that I've used before. So we got clothing and textiles, we got petroleum and natural gases, we got iron ore, we got I gotta zoom this in actually. Let me see if I can do that. Let me zoom this in. I gotta zoom that in for myself. Let me just highlight it from. Go to the bottom. Right, so let me just blow this up for myself. So we got textile, petroleum, natural gas, we got phosphates, we got iron ore, we got fish, we got aluminum, we got peanuts and other foods, we got cocoa bean, we got gold, we got oil, we got cotton, uranium, petroleum, and other petroleum products, crude oil and petroleum products, gold, diamonds, petroleum, diamonds, grain, livestock, coffee, more livestock, tea, coffee, gold, copper, aluminum, platinum, diamonds, crude oil, gold, clothing, shoes, soft drink concentrates, right? With the chemicals or whatever is a necessity in order to put or make certain soft drinks taste the way that they taste. And then you also got coffee. For you to sit up there and say that Africa doesn't have a ton of resources is very ignorant. You can literally do a simple lookup real quick. You can simply do a simple lookup real quick. Dear God. Yeah, and if you look at South Africa, exactly. What was it? Not Sinji. Hey, it was Sinji. Yeah, you see why the white folks wanted to take over South Africa? Yeah, that's because they got gold down there. They know what's underneath that land there. This is why they got the greater majority of that land there, because they want to be in control of the gold mine. Whenever the gold or whatnot is found, the white people can just sit up there and claim it. It was on my land, it's mine, I got a mineral source, now I'm worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and people are going to be getting gold and trading gold directly with me, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's all a pivot. It's all about a land grab from Europe to come to this mineral rich continent to try to grab up whatever it is that they need, that they know that other people need, so that they can profit. That's all it is. Like I said, with all of this stuff here, think of what would happen if at least 50 to 60% of the African nations were able to come together and harness the power of half of the stuff on this map. The economy in Africa will be looking different. It would be looking different. The African people will be talking different about themselves. We wouldn't be having these conversations about, oh, Africans are better than Black Americans. No. Africa would be proud. They would be 100% proud. They will be standing 10 feet down. They will be proudly sitting up there wearing their garb. Wherever they sit up there and step foot, they're in their natural garb. They're not wearing nobody else's stuff. They're coming in with pride. They're letting you know exactly who it is that they are. Their flag is going to be waving proudly. It's not going to be hidden. But like I said, you don't see that right now because they're not proud because they can't actually get what it is that they have on their own land. Everybody else can sit up there and profit. Everybody else that's European, they can profit directly off of Africa. Africa cannot seemingly profit off of their own stuff as a whole. That's crazy. Sham said, also the Middle East and Africa, that area has heavy amounts of crude oil. Yeah. There is some gold directly that they found recently. I think it was in Ghana. There was a mound I set up there and told y'all about before. I'm actually supposed to be trying to order some food right now because it is 9:00. So I technically went over my time limit because some of the comments. So let me just hurry and go through this real quick. You said it doesn't matter. Show a lot of the. You said it doesn't matter. Even show a lot of the other minerals. Yeah, because even if you show like this type of map, people are still going to say that Africa has nothing. But yeah, you got white folks from Europe and white folks from America going directly over there to Africa. Crazy work, but it's nothing there. Joe West said China is moving to Africa, also are marrying African women. Yeah, let me just post that directly up there. The reason that you see a lot of these Asian men doing that, they've been doing this, I think my mom told me since about like the 60s or the 70s, right? They've been doing it, but now you can really see it because of social media and everything else like that. But the Asians are doing it because they're smart. They know that if they leave like a little lineage or something like that there, they can come back and lay claim to like the land. They're trying to diversify it as much as possible and have those people speaking that land and indoctrinate them to the point where it's like, all right, within 40 or 50 years, when China wants to make a move, like, okay, we're going to claim this African nation as China. We're going to claim this as our own because a lot of these people are very much, Chinese. We claim them as our citizens. All this other. There you go. They got the property. Like I said, this is all a move. This is chess. You're looking at chess. You're looking at a giant map, and the whole world is playing chess. The only people that's not a part of it, of this board, even though they are the board, are the African people. CC was like, without Europe, you wouldn't even have countries in Africa, let alone cars or electricity. Remember, the European owes nothing to. I guess so. You think so highly of yourself. Once an EMP drops, I want to see how great you are. Once everything goes back to the dark ages, I expect you to still be as superior as you quote unquote are. I don't expect you to be emotionally directly into the chaos. You should be the one leading people to a greater and a better light. But yet you can't. Yet you're not. Matter of fact, you're so great that the whole world is still screwed up. All of the wars, everything that's sitting up there taking place and happening, you still have not basically gotten rid of the famine. You haven't gotten rid of disease. You can't even cure cancer. But yet you're talking about on here on this platform that y'all are so great. Okay. Cure cancer. I'll wait. Cure the common cold. I'll wait. Get rid of measles and polio because we still shouldn't be having that in 2024, 2025. But yet we still got them. We still got the very simplest diseases and they're taking out your kids. But yet you're so high and mighty and you're so great. You got it. You got it. That's crazy. That is diabolical work. What is it? Let me see. What else we got? Joe said exactly the way. Yeah, boy. The way yet he the land, but you don't see China's women marrying African men. Yeah, that's true. Because the women don't really have any, respectfully speaking, they don't really have the value like that. It's not, they can't, there's nothing that they can get. African men can't get any land directly from the Chinese. There's nothing that they can barter. There's nothing that they can actually give those African men. A lot of the African men happen to, deal with women who are white, European, right? Because of the whole symbolism of status and all this other type of stuff where it shows that, they really made it above the rest and all this other type of stuff. But again, the Asian men are marrying and having children and leaving them with the African women, all for a land grab. That's it. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. DC Precise said those are the same Europeans who knew about soap and water. Yeah, supposedly. Tippy said They don't love their African wives, nothing but control and greed. That's facts, 100%. The 100%. YT said, I laugh when my teacher talked about the. Okay, yeah. Sham said, you're not going to see Chinese women marry African women because China killed the majority of their female population. That's not hard to find a man for them. Yeah. G said the European and the Spaniards did not know there was gold and diamonds in Africa in large quantities. Africa is going to be invaded or taken by the United States within the next couple of 100 years. Mo said, LOL, calm down. He's catching up. Sham said, what you see is the males going out of the country because not enough women in China anymore. I mean, that too. But that was also by way of the Chinese government. Shout out to Xi Jinping. D said the United Nations is also moving to Kenya. People trying to, get that land real quick. Joe West said years ago, African female doctor claimed to have developed a cure for cancer for African women, but you don't hear about her anymore because she was stopped. No, so the yeah. Radio said true, Seji, some ish. They did here in America. Now look at America today. It's one of the world's. Wait. Look at America today. It's one world of America. Yeah. America is pretty much the United Nations at this moment in time. So united at this moment in time that Black Americans are going to have a very hard time of trying to claim and have any type of land ownership from the past and things that have transpired and happened. Like I said, it's crazy. Diabolical work. Diabolical. Duck said Zimbabwe was the breadbasket of Africa until the Europeans left. Magically, every single time that Europeans show up, everybody's like, yeah, they were God's gift. Europe was God's gift to Africa. They just gave them everything. But I want to point back to the Dogon tribe of Africa who knew about space, who knew about constellations, who knew about the solar systems before Europeans. So again, y'all want to talk about how great you are. How is it possible that those Africans, those tribes, knew about the mathematics, the solar system before Europeans did? I guess you're going to say it was aliens. Or I guess you're going to say it was, some magical white man that came from out of Europe that nobody knows of that specifically talked to that tribe and said things. Hold on. But yeah, my bad. Had to answer the phone. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I wasn't trying to have this going for a full 5 hours like this. I really wasn't. But much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that were currently here at this moment in time. Shout out to any and all donations that we were able to get directly to the live stream. And again, any videos that you're able to see directly on this live stream, we will have those showcased, if not one or all of them, in a shorter form format on the channel, along with maybe some other stories that may not have anything to do with what was shown. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that have showed up here, who stayed directly through conversations and everything of that type. But wait, Pink said I sent you a video. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably add that directly to the other content because I gotta pack it up real quick. So yeah, much love and respect to everybody. Love you guys a lot. Shout out to all the mods. Thank you guys for doing the jobs that you do every single day and being here directly on this channel, no matter what happens. Love you guys, respect you guys, value you guys a lot, and thank you for doing everything that you do. Would not be as great as I am without people like you. But as always, I will see you guys a little bit later, probably in another live stream at a point in time. And yeah. So stay tuned and be free. Get your feng shui in order and have fun. Peace out.